Happy Friday, you guys. We are late but on time. Look at that. Okay, let's introduce our panelists for the night so they can unmute themselves and talk us all to death. We have Mistaken.
I'm number one talker.
Oh, here she go. I can't even get the panelists out. Enos, Harrison, Lachey, and the AP. My name is Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique. You can unmute now. Tara was Mistaken was dying to say something.
No, I just said you said something about talking. I said, yeah, I'm probably the number one talker.
I'm joking with you. This is a panel of talking. So the more you talk, the more we learn about you and your thoughts. Okay, whether right or wrong. But usually we agree. Anyhow, today we are talking about the problems in our community. Whose fault is it? Because y'all know YouTube, sorry, I dropped something. YouTube loves to play the blame on one or the other. We're going to debate this tonight. Tonight is the night we will debate whose problem, well, who's the corporate in this issue. Isn't that how you say it? The corporate in the issue? I'm gonna let y'all know I ain't the brightest one on the panel, but
culprit.
The corporate.
Culprit. Oh, she meant culprit. C-U-L-P-R.
Like, bro.
Oh, okay.
High school education ain't working right.
Listen, let me just say this. I am from Alabama, and can nobody mess up some words like Alabama people? You hear me?
Okay. I was just lost. Okay, I got it.
So it will not be my first word. It will not be my second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th word.
Okay, who is the culprit? Wow.
Culprit. That's not what I said, though.
You said corporate.
No, I didn't say corporate now.
No, you definitely said corporate. I was like, what business?
Actually, I thought you said corporate.
I said the culprit.
Who's the culprit?
You said the corporate. I was
not
like,
culprit. It just sounds like I said culprit.
Okay.
I heard corporal.
Say cold.
With the gender war general that a corporal would be appropriate. So they kind of got either way.
I'm glad you guys got that little laugh out. Okay.
That's that basket weaving degree at work.
And yet we make the same thing. Look at God. Same income. God. Boy, you do it. That's why I said the culprit. Like he spelled it C-U-L-P. That's what I was pronouncing. That's what I had in my head. It just wasn't coming out right. Like my words be funny.
That's
like
crazy.
that's how I would have spelled it. I know my tongue be twisted and stuff. You know what I'm saying? What that tongue do? Okay, so tonight we are talking about
need to make a trip to Atlanta.
Y'all, it's Friday, okay? I'm in a mood. Okay, so what's the real problem with our community? So we're gonna go right. So we're gonna go right into these shenanigans today, okay? So first and foremost, where's my picture? Where is Trigger Mike? He did not put my picture on here. Anyhow, we all know we don't need the picture. We all know that yeah, he didn't put it on here. It's okay. Jeezy is getting a divorce. And guess who filed for the divorce? Jeezy. Jeezy, a man filed for divorce. Something that men claim they never do.
So, and it wasn't from a black woman either.
And it wasn't from a black woman.
Well, men never claim they filed divorce. That's why it says 80% of the time.
I wonder what happened. This is one situation we cannot blame on a black woman.
Unless he left her for a black woman. Then you could blame it on a black woman.
Well, you know how that be.
I do.
Oh my God! So what do you think? I mean, they said that there's no way they're gonna put this back together. Look, I always tell y'all when kids get involved, that happy-go-lucky life is not gonna be the same. It's not gonna be the same.
Everything that I've seen, she's spoken very highly of their marriage and of him. So that's what makes me ponder, like really, like, why?
But she looks like one of those women who gives 150% to motherhood and maybe neglects, and maybe it's not the same relationship that they once had, maybe.
Well, but she spoke. She doesn't speak to it like that. Like, I mean, if you've heard some of her like interviews and things when she's talking about him, it doesn't come across as that. Not to say that she doesn't do it, but it doesn't come across as that.
So, like, I hear what you're saying, but their child is only a year old. And they've already been separated. So, like, is it really the baby? Is it really that, like, maybe she's prioritizing motherhood?
Well, as I was saying earlier, she for years she said she didn't even want children.
So he probably thought that she didn't want kids, and he probably didn't want kids.
So in her first marriage, she didn't want. For the longest, she said she never wanted children. She was okay with that, but her husband wanted children, and he ended up cheating on her and getting another woman pregnant, which is now his wife. And so now here with Jeezy, I guess she wanted a baby, but she originally didn't want any at all.
You're right.
She did speak about that, right? She did say that, like, in being with Jeezy, she realized that that was not the man that she wanted children with. And before they had their child, she was like, I could see myself having a child with Jeezy, right? So I don't know that that's the situation, right?
AP, you know anything about this relationship?
Maybe she's
I'm reading it. I'm letting the ladies talk as I read.
Maybe she's a mommy.
You see how look, educated they are on the subject. They done read the Cliff Notes, the thesaurus. You know what I'm saying? And wrote a couple of books.
Look, there's a such thing as a bridezilla. There is a such thing as a motherzilla. Like they turn into a different person when they become a parent, so to speak. Have you seen that? Like my girlfriend, she's one. And I told her in the hospital, I said, you're like bridezilla for pregnant women. Like you're just like, you're so bad. I'm about to go right now. Like, I don't even like you right now. So I'm going to leave the hospital and I'll come back when you feel a little bit better.
I honestly don't think it had nothing to do with their child. I just don't think they were a good match from the beginning. I think when you're older, you feel like your options are limited. And that was just the right time, right place, and it was a great situation for that moment. But for all that to happen in such a short period of time, I don't believe it was as real as they thought it was. I think they were in the honeymoon phase for a minute, and the minute is over now.
Yeah.
Do you think he ever really loved her, or it was a situation in which it was, I don't know, maybe convenient?
I think it was a situation. I don't even think it was about convenient because, I mean, they're celebrities. They can do whatever. But I just think it was just the right moment, the right time. And this person fit what I'm looking for in this moment, but it was nothing for longevity. I don't think it was nothing with some substance. I think it was all surface. Yeah. I think it was just all surface.
So she was probably into him more than he was into her.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, her divorce was public and she was completely embarrassed about that. And everything that came with it. So, to find a guy who's interested in me and, she probably was on cloud nine and just did whatever with him.
So if I may, one of her quotes is, I never really truly felt safe. And of course that has to do with things that happened when I was younger. But when you know what feeling unsafe is like, that becomes your world. And I recognize that when I got with Jeezy, and he made me feel safe.
She was like, I got the snowman. Yeah.
Now, I think like you just said, I think it was a situation where she felt something she had never felt before, and fell in some kind of quick love, and he never felt that. But kind of like the conversation we were having last week, when men don't go after their children, he's going after full custody of his kid.
Mm-hmm. This is
I'm reading it.
This is my thing. Oh, go ahead. So he's going for joint custody, right?
No,
Yes.
no, I'm reading it.
Joint.
He's going for full custody of his kid. I'm literally reading it right now.
So this, okay, so I have a question. This is the thing. Jeezy, I was going to say his real name. Jeezy has been in no, because that J is not his real name. I know his real name. Jeezy has been in several relationships, strong, long-term relationships, one in which I know personally. Okay. And it just amazes me that this is the person he decided to marry. And he has some pretty decent women who were like those women who would just, you know what I'm saying, go to bat for you. And he chose.
But what makes you think she wouldn't go to bat for him?
Real
what
quick.
I'm saying to you is it was so easy for her. I don't know. I don't think that they dated for super long time. These are people who for a minute they were dating.
Oh.
But go ahead, Enos.
Enos was actually right on that point. He's seeking joint custody and physical custody, whatever that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a 50-50.
Joint custody, and then physical custody means that the child would live with him in his house.
So here's the thing, right? Like, I hear what you're saying, Shan, but isn't the thing that we hear as women all the time is when a man is ready, when a man knows, when a man wants to, like, this is the rhetoric that we get all the time, right? So is it really surprising? Because she didn't pressure him. She just got a divorce herself, right? So, like,
we also hear, unless it's somebody who's not black, I mean, to just jump right on into it. I was like, that was a joke, y'all. It's a joke.
Unless she's not black, you said?
And then you just jump right into it. All of a sudden, you're ready.
So there's that.
But he wasn't.
But so I'm not sure what to think of this, because I saw this news too, and I'm not really sure. But the one thing that popped into my mind is like the statistic about black men in divorce, right? Black men and their divorce rates don't seem to change whether it's with a black woman or a non-black woman. So, like, I don't know. There's like this underlying question of like, what is it about marriage that just like seems to be more challenging for black men?
Well, what statistic? Because I remember a few shows ago, like I think this was in our early year, that one of the studies we came across is that when black men marry interracially, that their rates of divorce go higher versus them being married to black women.
Yeah, it did.
I just think that overwhelmingly black men love black women, and sometimes you, as a man or a black man, a lot of people will tell you that other women act differently than black women. But when you meet other women, you find out they act similar to black women. And then you're just like, well, I'm just going to go after what I want. I think that plays a part in that.
So I think that somebody may have said something was, seems like when black men marry out, it lasts longer. No.
Not based on the stat.
That is a real stat. It is the work. It's higher divorce rates than when they marry black women. That is a fact.
Right. When they marry out, they have higher divorce rates statistically. They statistically their marriages last longer with black women than they do when they marry interracially.
And ironically, black women, when they marry white men, their marriages is the most successful. Even when you have two white people together, their marriage is more successful than two white people together. When a black woman marries a white man. Nobody wants to hear that, but that's
is it possible?
That's what they say.
That we can go a little deep about that as far as why that is.
Why? That's why we're here.
Well, I think for two reasons. One, I see a lot of white men seem a lot more agreeable to what people would say the antics of black women.
They are.
And the other one is it might potentially be that they are used to. You ever seen the movie Django?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the dynamics of the South, right? As far as, slave master and stuff like that, And you ever see Django? She was like, "Yes, Big Daddy." You know, no other no other man was getting Big Daddy, but the slave master. So this might be completely off, but I don't think
it's not because she's calling him Big Daddy. It's not that.
I think you're completely off.
But I do agree that I would say that some white men who don't really have a problem with women being strong-minded, okay? They actually kind of, whereas it's kind of looked down upon. White men don't really have a problem with that, so to speak. They don't want ratchet now. Don't get not ratchet, but strong-minded. They don't have a problem with that.
Is everybody from the South? Okay, so I've lived in the South for a few years now. I've noticed that in the South, you almost got to have a lane as a woman. There is a lane, and if you go outside of the lane, then a lot of black women, I ain't gonna say a lot of them, the ones that I've experienced, they're not too fond of that.
Who's not too fond of it?
The black men that I've experienced down in the South. It's more so like, so when you said that being with a white man, you're more liable to speak your mind, and they can support you, not support you. You can have a reasonable conversation and not be where you're out of pocket. But in the South, what I've experienced is you're a woman, this is your lane, and you stay in that lane.
Well, yeah. So I get what you, because I'm from the South, too, from Alabama. So I understand I completely understand what you're saying. But look at it this way. Let's take the South out of it. We often talk about feminists, right? Feminism is the reason why women, we are the way that we are. Who marries feminists? Who are the first feminists? Why are you right? And they're all married to who? Mm-hmm. Karen has a husband. And Bob is back there like, that's my wife. You know what I'm saying? So these outspoken women, they get married when they are white, because white men don't care about that. They will marry the outspoken chick. They just don't. I don't know why they don't. I wish we had one on the panel, but y'all told me I couldn't bring one up.
Hold on, it's your show. You can bring whoever you want on your show.
No. you were not here when the chat made it very clear. If I bring a white man on this panel,
but you're gonna end up getting his feelings hurt.
The chat and a couple of the panelists.
Yeah.
But to that, I think, and this is no shade to black men, but I do think that a lot of black men feel like they don't have power, and the only power they have in most cases is in that area. So it's kind of like, not shut up, but like let me lead. But sometimes I don't even think a lot of black men know what leicedership is.
Oh,
I don't think a lot of people know what leadership is.
I'm gonna be honest. Because I'm letting somebody else talk, because I feel like I'm saying too much.
No, you're good. I'm just saying you just gonna spark a controversy.
I truly don't think. I don't. And again, maybe it's just from my own personal experience being in the South. I don't know. It's completely different from where I'm from.
Now, where are you from?
I'm originally from St. Louis, and we talk back. And I when I say talk back, I don't mean we're not disrespectful, but we, like, if you say something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to challenge you to make it make sense. I'm not going to sit there and just accept what you're saying to me, because it doesn't make sense. And I've experienced down here in the South, oh no, you hush your mouth, and I can't conform to that personally.
Where in the South are you now?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Girl, that ain't the South.
That is the South.
Especially
to a northerner.
So a southerner would not consider it. We consider that y'all borderline booze. South to us is like Georgia, Atlanta.
I used to live in Alabama,
Mississippi.
That's
Texas.
The deep South.
Right.
Once you pass the Mason Dixon line,
you are the Southerners. Now, I'm not knocking anybody from Charlotte. I'm just saying, and you're in Charlotte, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're in a major city. That ain't South. You ain't been to the South until you've been to the South.
I lived in Alabama for a while.
Oh, so now you've been in the South.
Yeah.
See, from the North, though, Maryland down is the South for us.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, she's the South, but it's going to be very, just like Atlanta, it's going to be a very different thought process from somebody who lives in Atlanta and she's in Charlotte than somebody who lives, let's just say, in LaGrange.
Well, one of the things that, like, when we're talking about Black women dating white men, it reminds me of the time when we had the live Lapeef in Atlanta. And remember, we were talking and the white couple like overheard us. And I think with the white men, they don't have the same level of expectations that Black men have for their Black women. And that was just an example of hearing, like, she overheard our conversation about, we were talking about how, the expectations are is that we cook, meals every night, we clean, we do this. And so she said, so we just brought her in a conversation.
No, she brought herself. She was like, she's like, I'm thinking I don't do any of those things.
Yeah. Well, that was after we had asked her, how long she had been married. And then she was telling us. And she was like, she overheard our conversation and was saying, like, questioning herself, is she a bad wife because she doesn't do any of those things that we were talking about? And then he chimed in and said that basically she was a good wife, and that, he didn't.
Like, we just had pizza last night.
Right. Like, he didn't require all of those things.
He did.
So I think the difference is the environment that's established when you're with somebody that doesn't require the same level of, I guess, expectations. So I can see, like, how if you're going from one situation, kind of like what we critique Black men for when they step outside of their relationship. We're like, oh, that's because you can walk all over them and like that kind of stuff. We'll get on Black men about that. But on the flip side, for a Black woman to be with a white man where they don't require the same level of, you need to be home, you need to cook, every night, you need to do, all of those things, it kind of alleviates some of that pressure that I think as a Black woman you experience being in a relationship, because they help with, chores. And I'm not going to say generalize and say all of them do, but just the ones that I am familiar with. And then in that specific situation, that they don't mind being partners with their spouses.
And let me just say this real fast, because we are by no means advocating for Black women to date white men. Okay. Mm-hmm. First and foremost.
It really, I came in late. It really just sounded like it. I was trying to figure out what y'all was talking about, and I just came on the wrong end.
So what happened was, there are stats that show that when Black women marry white men, there's a high success rate. But when Black men marry outside their race, whether it be, whatever, that their divorce rate goes up even more than it already is. So we stayed too long on Black, because that's not even what we want to talk about right now. Mm-hmm. We wanted to emphasize, like, why did, because the whole point is Jeezy is getting a divorce from Sister Girl. And so that's where we were. Just getting you updated. But go ahead, Enos. You had your finger up. Oh, AP. Let's do a guy and then Enos. Go ahead.
Great. Look.
Okay. So I just sat here and I kind of listened to all four of y'all do y'all thing.
Dude, Black.
So there's two things.
Don't worry about it, Chad. It ain't none of your business.
Marcus.
Don't be mean to Chad.
So
we're about to pull Chad. Let me drop the link
here.
Let me drop the link for Chad.
So there are several things at play here.
Wait, sorry, AP, that was God.
Let me drop the link for Chad. The guy said, don't do that. There's going to be some Negroes in the chat. Don't do that. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Nah, hey, it's all good.
Gotta have fun.
So Harrison touched on it a little bit, but let's deep dive just a bit more. First of all, Black women are typically less combative when dealing with a white man. I've actually seen it. You can shake no. I personally have seen it.
I be going
in. Yes, white men. Whoa. White men do put up with a little bit more than Black men do, but Black women are typically way less combative. Second, let me speak on it. Second, black men, when dating outside their race, the white women are similar to the white men. They take a bit more, meaning that black men are able to push very similarly to the way that we do to black women. But white women take more of it. They typically will be like, all right, bet, and sit back. I know.
That's true.
And I've seen it on both sides. Like, we're not being honest about the conversation.
I'm being honest.
Also, another part of it is from what I have seen, I'm not saying some, I'm saying all, which means I'm including the ratchet women in this. Expect black men to just accept that whatever behavior they bring to the table. White men won't accept that, right? On the whole, white men that are doing things positive in their life won't accept that behavior, which is why you don't see those type of white men with ratchet black women. Y'all know I don't normally ever push back on women because I believe it's the man's responsibility to lead us home. But what y'all were saying is completely opposite of the shit that I have seen. I won't say that you're more submissive, but you're more subdued with white men than you are with black men.
Let Inaz go.
Let me let Inaz go. And I want to let you go ahead, Inaz.
So I find what AP said super interesting, right? I don't think black people are a monolith. I also don't think white people are a monolith, and I feel that I can speak on it growing up around a lot of white people. This idea that black women are more subdued around white men is a fallacy. The softer black women who choose a white man are doing it because that man happens to be able to provide a certain level of luxury that she requires, to be fair. The women who are combative, who choose white men, they typically choose men who they're able to bulldoze and that are okay with being bulldozed, right? There are different categories to them as there are to us, right?
Cite one celebrity example.
Sorry?
Be able to cite one. I could cite celebrity examples on the other side.
Well, we don't listen.
One celebrity.
But here's the thing: is like when we get into the realm of celebrities, the rules to the game in celebrityhood are very different than like everyday average.
We started with Jeezy.
Right? I understand, but what I'm saying, because here's the thing, right? What I'm saying is validated by the stats that we're talking about. Your statement about like women being more like white women taking more in a relationship with a black man is not substantiated behind the stats that there's a higher divorce rate between black men and white women than there are between black men and black women. If white women took more, theoretically, the statistics would be significantly lower in the divorce rates, right? That's not the case. It's not. The thing is that the people who pair together, who actually stay together, are getting what they need out of a relationship, whether we deem it healthy or not, right? Like I don't know why we push back on this. There's so many different dynamics that exist. It's not just, this is the archetype of how interracial relationships work.
So
you ever dated a white woman?
Have you ever dated a white man?
I know boundaries. I know their boundaries.
Have you ever dated a white man?
I know how far you can push them. Listen. And I know how much they can take. And I know how much black women can take. I push both. I'm that dude. I was an asshole. So to suggest that one doesn't take more than the other, regardless of the type of female she is, you're nuts. I promise you, you're nuts.
It sounds like you're at a 50% rate because you're not with either of them.
The marriage rate, when you look at a low marriage rate, because the rate for black people is low in marriage, period, right? Can we all agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that most of us aren't getting married, so we're in these dating or situationships. And I assure you, White women will stay in those for a very long time. They really will. You black women, y'all will put up with it for a minute, and then you're like, you know what? F you, N-word.
So,
like, y'all don't put up with that for very long.
Enos, you can go first. Enos.
I assure you.
Go ahead, Enos.
So, AP, like, I hear what you're saying, and like, I appreciate that that's your experience. Unfortunately, it's anecdotal for one, and two, like, you are not. I know y'all hate when I do this, but like, let's be really honest.
You're not wrong on this. I promise you're wrong on this.
If
Every black man I know.
So, but that's still anecdotal.
So yeah, you could say anecdotal, but when your numbers aren't going to add up in this.
But your number, that's exactly what she's speaking to. The numbers do add up to that.
Marriage numbers, but when you take we're not getting married, period. Neither side is getting married. So you can look at the divorce numbers, that's fantastic. I'm talking about relationships in general.
So overall. I just one more thing, I promise, and then
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Because it's completely disingenuous and not right. If y'all haven't dated a black woman or dated a white woman, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about on that.
I have.
AP.
You might have. I ain't gonna argue that, Mr.
I'm joking. I just said
AP.
Go ahead, Enough.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I'm not above being wrong. I'm not above being corrected, right? But like, I need you to substantiate the argument past your experience and the experience of those in your immediate. Like, I will eat it. I will take it. I will publicly admit that I'm wrong. My ego is not that big that I can't do that. But to hear anecdotal evidence when there is so much data and anecdotal evidence that validates otherwise, we have to agree to disagree. And you can't say that I'm wrong because I can substantiate what I'm saying. So if I'm wrong, I would love for you to substantiate it and not like I will eat it.
Okay.
Go date a white woman, then go date a black woman, and you treat them both like shit, and you come back to me and let's have this conversation.
Why would you want to do that though? Like, in the point, why would
I mean, it's just because of like you guys don't experience we talk about this we're talking about these raw numbers when a lot of it when you got to take the marriage out of it because only 33% of us total are married, period. So we got 67% unmarried. Not that 67% is not going without on either side, which means that is the majority. The majority of most of these people, when we're talking relationships, let's say 50-50, half are dating black women, half are dating white women. The white women put up with more. Period.
AP, can I ask you a question? If you're saying that you dated both black women and white women, but your end result was still the same, doesn't it appear that the common outcome, regardless if you're black or white, is still going to be the same? If you treat me like an asshole, I'm going to leave. So it seems like women are on the same page when it comes to that. So you have a 50-50, you know what I'm saying? 50% white, 50% black, that they're going to leave either way.
Or I leave.
So I'm going to let you go, Lachey. So you're going to go next. So you spoke on your experience with black and white. I just want to clarify when it comes to white men, because I know 3 of my friends, I know this is a lot of friends are married to white men. I have family members who are married. We have white men in our family because of marriage. And I ain't gonna lie, I dated a person. But anyway, that's not important. But what I'm gonna say to you is, when I say white men date strong-minded, that does not mean ratchet, loud, strong-minded means she's got her shit together. She's strong-minded. She's a leader. She's like that dominant. She has that personality that's kind of dominant. She's a go-getter. You know what I'm saying? Thing we always talk about. He does not mind that. Now, does he want her cussing him out? No, nobody wants that. Who wants to be cussed out on a daily basis? Who wants any of those things? So I just want to clarify when I say strong-minded, it doesn't mean ratchet or just nasty to somebody.
And one of the other things that I think I had sent this to you before, Shan, when we have had this discussion or told you about it. But I also remember reading, and it wasn't like any stats. It was like a blog or something like that, where the question posed was why are white men interested in like black women, or why they stay together or something like that. One of the responses were, one of the white men said that one of the reasons that is easier for them to stay together is because in a situation when they're married to white women, the white women expects them to take care of every single thing. So there's this, I guess, pressure to kind of take care of everything. Whereas being in a relationship with a black woman is different because she's willing to step in and help. Which, you know, he was saying is because their experiences is that when they're with black men, they're used to having to work, having to do all of these other things. Whereas the flip side is that when they're with a black woman, they more have a partner, so it alleviates some of the pressure of it is being the husband, because you have the woman that is willing to go to work, that's willing to help clean, willing to help cook, willing to help do all of these things because that's what she's accustomed to. And so it makes for an easier marriage in terms of that. So
that's a very valid point.
Hey, Lachey, can I go after you?
Huh?
Can I go after you?
Oh, absolutely. I was. She actually just kind of, answered my question, because I was going to ask, why do white men have less expectations for black women, and black men have more expectations for black women, versus if it was switched? Because I don't know if you noticed, but when black men get with white women, it's like the white women fall apart. But then if they were with a black woman, she has to keep it together, all of these things. So the expectations are completely different from race to race.
Very fair points. I can agree with both. I agree with those points.
Because I've seen some busted white women. I mean, it's almost like, how did that even happen? And it's just like, black women will get talked about so bad, but had she been with Tom down the street, Tom like, man, she the most beautiful thing walking, and she probably is, and still have it together. But also, what you said earlier, a lot of stuff is alleviated because they're working as a team. When I ain't gonna say in all most black relationships, but it's always one person working harder than the other, not together.
Okay, so
I've seen that.
I want to go back to Miss Taken's point. So you said that it seems like white women or white men don't seem to be as helpful to work things, to do some of the things that black women are willing to do.
Let me clarify. I said that's what I read on a blog that one of the white men said in terms of why it's easier to be married, to stay married to a black woman. That was his experience.
Well, you all scoffed at my slavery point, but when you think about it like this, who was doing majority of the work in the house on those plantations?
Women.
Black women.
Black women, right? And what are the things that most black women are willing to do for their guys? They're usually willing to help out around the house. And if the white women aren't normally, they're usually accustomed to being taken care of because they were taken care of. They had black women taking care of them, and they had everybody else taking care of them.
Damn, it ain't no break for black women. You taking care of everybody.
I'm just saying. So let's think about this. Okay. So the reason why it seemed like black men will probably expect more from black women is because we're used to black women. We grew up with black women. We were raised by black women. So why would you not expect the same thing you kept seeing when you was a kid? If you see your mama working, you see your mama cooking, cleaning, doing all these things, telling you this, telling you that, and then there's some of that stuff that you still want as a man. But what you don't want is that same attitude you got from your mama that you get from your woman. Because it's not that women are, it's not the issue that a lot of men have issues with, quote unquote, the strong-minded woman. The thing is when it's how you decide to try to ascertain the validity of the statement that he's made. If he sit there and says something that you think is crazy, you'd be like, make it make sense. versus, baby, I don't really understand that. Can you explain that to me further? Now, since black women and black men are most accustomed to seeing each other on an equal level, but in a relationship standpoint, of course, men are going to typically think they're at some way form of some form higher a little bit to some degree because they're supposed to be the leader. They're supposed to be respected. So subconsciously, we see respect or feel respect a certain type of way. And when you come to a brother and you be like, "That don't make no sense," make it make sense. Versus saying, "Can you explain that a little bit more for me? Because that doesn't make any. That's not really working." I
Do
don't.
you think part of that it could be the environment that's created because
You can blame
those
the
men
environment, and you can be right.
listen, because why and I know I'm generalizing here, but like I said, is a my minimal experience. I'm speaking from that, is that they appear to be more emotionally adept at dealing with conversation and disagreement. So
Cool.
therefore the white men
No, I don't think they're more
versus
adept at dealing with that.
we see it often especially in these spaces. So what I'm saying is if the environment is different, where you say like women tend to be more aggressive when they're talking to black men, but if you have a man that is modeling a certain behavior that's not what we're accustomed to in dealing with black men, do you not think that the behavior is going to change if you're dealing with somebody who's more emotionally adept at conversation or dealing with feelings or those kind of things when you are in an argument? So if they are, then that's going to elicit a different response from the woman that they're with versus being in a relationship with a black man. Just like AP said, when we're accustomed to being in an environment where the back and forth goes back, the men are, you know what I'm saying? So what you're looking at as maybe, oh, she's treating a white man a little different because he's white, I don't necessarily think is that. I think it's the environment that's created, which makes her respond differently.
I didn't say that she's treating him differently based upon the white man and the black man. She's not. She's still responding the same. And an unruly person or an unruly woman is going to be unruly with both people. Now, she may change her response based upon some of the pushback she get at times, but we see many a times many unruly people, whether it be men or women, when they're in a structured environment, they will continue to act that way until they say, "I don't think this is benefiting me to act this way," and then they make the adjustment.
I think another thing. I think another thing might be when I talk about the relationships that I have, I usually don't have them issues because I create rails or bumpers within the way I'm speaking. But hold on, let me parallel this. If you naturally can't speak everything you would want to say to somebody, like a white man can't be like, "Shut up, nigger, bitch." You just can't say it.
You can't either.
I mean, I can say, "Nigga, shut up, sit down, nigga. Quit playing with me." I don't have to have the same rails that I. So if you naturally create a relationship, or you know what I'm saying, well, like a large percentage of the stuff that you can't joke about is, or it's extremely taboo, or you got to go around family. Like he can't make no cotton jokes. Hey, you gonna do the laundry? Make sure you bleach that 100% cotton. I know how your people are with cotton. He can't do none of that stuff. He gotta have a limiting factor on how he approaches that relationship. So if you add guardrails, it's like bowling with bumpers, right? I think all relationships will work better if you bowl with bumpers. You know what I'm saying? Where you can't go too far into the gutter on either side, because not only is it you can't hurt that person like that, like culturally it's unacceptable due to the history of all the bullshit that's been done. But I mean, the propaganda machine is pushing that relationship. So I'm you know.
So Marcus, just a quick question: do you believe it's the communication between black men and black women that really set us back a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's the comfort, right? Because people tend to do a lot of different things when they get comfortable with somebody that they wouldn't do. I don't think there's ever a full amount of comfort in those relationships, because every time one of these police shootings come up, You can say what you want. You can love him as much as you want. You come in the house and you're going to have a feeling about that. Hopefully you got somebody that's going to support you and try and understand, but they're not going to really understand, and vice versa. So you can't never fully get all the way comfortable, no matter what you say. Hey, there's no way you convincing me that. And I'm talking about the most wokest people. It's still going to be, and they know that too, and vice versa. So y'all forever going to have guardrails. So if we put up guardrails, like I've been saying, about how you communicate with people, I think we can have successful relationships too, to the same tune.
Can I go after you as an Enza? I hope I said it right.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to circle back to the flagging of slavery, right? I find it really interesting that like we bring that up when it comes to the dynamic of white men and black women, right? But when it comes to black men and white women, all of a sudden, you know, the slavery conversation goes out the window. Like that dynamic hasn't been problematic from time, right? So when we initially asked at the beginning how divorce rates skyrocket when it's interracial relationships for black men, why didn't we bring up slavery? Why didn't we bring up the fact that there's a history? Like, why do we do this thing where like and I'm okay saying this because you know Trigger Mike would be really proud of me as the gender war general, but like we do this thing where we pick and choose when we bring up slavery in order to make one gender over the other look bad. Right?
I don't think that.
Go ahead.
Let me try and just tweak that answer for you. So typically when you have a boy, you think about him going out and having girlfriends and conquering the world in that way sexually, right? When you have a daughter, you're trying to protect her from it. So I think men might view that as conquering as opposed to being conquered. So I think that sexual dynamic exists. Plus, you also got to think about the child usually is in modern society, well, in the previous society and kind of now, the culture of the father is what's taken. So if I have if I had a child with the other, right, they would still be viewed or raised culturally like a, you know what I'm saying, like a black man, and vice versa. It doesn't work that way because usually the father's dominant culture is what takes over because they take the last name. They, you know what I'm saying?
So I hear what you're saying, but like I think the opposite has been substantiated on a couple of different fronts. One is that I understand that the sexual dominance that exists between men and women, but the reality still exists that the majority, that there have been a large enough number of black men who died at the hands of white women's actions, right? So there's still that dynamic that exists. The second part that's been substantiated is that when an interracial child has a black mother, they tend to be more connected to the black community than when they have a white mother. And I understand that they inherit their blackness from the father. I understand that. I understand that point of the conversation. But when it comes to like actual connection, participation in the black community, the opposite has been shown in statistics time and time again.
I think that really depends on so another reason I think, like, you know how you just mentioned that it's not as big a deal for a black man to date a white woman as it is for a black woman to date a white man. She also has to make a decision that is a lot more, that she has to make a decision that's a lot more difficult and decisive, that she's going to stay in that, because the hurdle she got to get over how culturally we going to look at her is much higher. So her investment in that relationship might be higher. And yeah, it's typically that, you know, your mama's side, your cousin's side, it'd be the lit cousins, right? So I get what you're saying, but if you like look at how, like, I don't know if you've seen the show Blackish, there was a joke in there where he was like, you could say nigga, you could say nigga, well, I need to see your father. He ain't ask about the mom. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of how we approach it.
But that's not how, I understand how you approach it, but that's not how it goes. When you look,
that's not me. I'm saying society.
No. But if you look at society, it's usually the mom that has the most influence. For whatever reason, men usually take a laissez-faire. They just want him to turn out to be a man. But when it comes to, think about whose grandparents you're around. Most of the time, you're around your mom's people. You're not around your dad's people. Sometimes, don't get it twisted, but for the most part, it's the maternal grandmother. It's the, you know, Let's just be honest.
Who's the leader of a family? The
For
woman
sure,
or the
the man. We're not saying that. We're talking about
whose
the
culture
culture.
does no? Listen to me. Whose culture does the wife adapt? Whose culture? Who does the wife adapt to the man, or does the man adapt to the woman?
It depends on the woman.
Now it depends. So I'm gonna say that for the
The
answer.
reason why I say that, what I'm saying to you is, let's just say, all I know is from my experience. Even when I look at the tapes, do you think that they got a black dad? Do you think they're more white or black? Let's look at the mixed people we know.
Well, they were so white looking that they culturally wouldn't go.
It don't matter.
They weren't gonna be able to say nigga in a room full of black people.
Well, speaking to
Shan's point, other things into that.
Speaking of Shan's point, I just look at my family history with all of the men in the family, like my uncles from my dad's side, my uncles, from my mom's side, and truth be told, I'll say all of the men, my uncles through marriage, because on my mom's side, they were all female siblings. It was 4 women, all of them married, and all of them actually connected with our side of the family, the woman's side of the family. Like when we had holidays and stuff like that, they never went to their side of the family. We all had, me, my cousins, my aunts, all of us, we had holidays together. To be honest, I think I remember meeting 2 people from my uncle's, side of the family, and that's it. And all of their marriages lasted till death do us part. So out of all of those years, I met 2 people. So kind of speaking to what Shan said, typically the hub is usually at the mom's house, from my experience. So it does make sense where if it was a white man with a black woman, that more than likely holidays and things like that would probably be spent at the black side of the family.
I did want to circle back to what you. I'm not sure who said it, but I do think that black men and black women do not know how to communicate to each other. I think there is a lot of uncommunicated expectations of each other that they automatically have that they don't have if they were with another race.
I want to go back to Naz's point of
see right here. Look, real quick. Hey, Chad, I just had to pull you up again. The fact that he's asking this question shows the difference, because holidays for black people are big. Those are family gatherings. So if he was dating a black woman, he would understand this fact.
Unless she got excommunicated for dating.
Well, yeah, that could happen too. That would be a uncomfortable situation. So they may agree to sit out together. But more than likely, most of the time, we're very accepting people. I think that's part of our problem too. That more than likely he would be up in a house with that side of the family.
Yeah, but I want to go back to Anaz's statement as far as why we don't bring up the dynamic between a black man and a white woman as far as slavery. If I were to actually think about it, if I recall, a lot of the dynamics between a black man and the white woman, it was mainly entertainment for that white woman. It was a sex toy. It was, it was an object for the most part. And to me, based upon the stats that you guys brought up as far as why the relationship between black men and white women don't seem to last as long, is because I would hope that black guy had enough sense to realize this isn't really doing the things that I really need her to do. And she probably didn't have some of the same skills as a black woman would have that he's accustomed to seeing. And now he has this expectation this white woman would operate similar to the black woman, and she doesn't. And that dynamic from slavery continues on, is that she's kind of wanting him to do the same things that the white guy did, but she may ultimately want more entertainment from this guy, sexual entertainment from this guy. And there were some people that was telling me that there was like group chats that some white women would have, and they would talk about basically like, yo, they just going after these black guys to see what it's about. They have their fun with that black guy, and then they get all their benefits and they 401ks from the white guy that they're gonna marry after they done had all their fun. So that's why I think we don't talk about the relationships between like black men and white women, because for some reason we don't consider white women a threat in any capacity, even though we know when they cry,
women a threat?
no, white women a threat in any
Well,
capacity.
that's what I'm saying. Do black men consider black women a threat?
According to the space, shit.
Well, what they consider and what is actual reality is two different things, because we all know that if a white woman cry, even if she's lying, you can potentially die as a black guy, versus when a black woman cries, you'd be like, I just sent him to jail. You're more than likely to live when a black woman cry than when a white woman cry.
Because even in a black woman's tears, we still know the type of protection y'all need, even if y'all not deserving in that moment. Even when we're trying to protect ourselves, we can't even be selfish enough to say, hey, I need to protect myself, because we know what happens to y'all out there. Okay.
Which is great, because listen,
no, it's not. That's not.
Well, I'm saying which the idea is great, but what I'm saying is this: is that you realize that if black men and black women are willing to work together, we can fix a lot of the issues that we have. The issue is that we don't think each side is getting the appropriate amount of accountability. We don't think men are more accountable to actually being able to take care of their families, lead their families, speak to their families, and create an environment where black women feel safe, right? And then on the flip side, the black men are like, yo, I need you to be doing XYZ without all this extra lip and all this extra energy. And I need you to work with me as I continue to try to figure it out. Because the truth of the matter is, a lot of brothers don't know what leadership is like for a relationship dynamic. They know how to do it in the military. They know how to do it in business. You learn all of these things, but actually applying quote unquote leadership qualities at home in a relationship with a woman is very different, because the rules significantly change.
I think everybody needs therapy.
So HD, I just want to ask a question to HD. Doesn't that kind of go back to Lachey's point about the uncommunicated expectations?
Absolutely.
I agree that we all have uncommunicated expectations, but in spite of those uncommunicated expectations in certain relationships, it seems to be more painful in relationships between black people, because it's almost like we take some of our internal wants personal with this other person, versus when we all know that a white man and a black woman, they're not on the same cultural wavelength. They're not, right? And they have expectations that they're willing to dumb down because of whatever reason. Like Marcus said, they got bumpers on. Okay, why y'all got bumpers on? Y'all supposed to be coming as one, right? So y'all supposed to be able to get to the nitty gritty of the stuff that y'all really got going on, right? No, apparently not. If you want your relationship to work, you better put them bumpers on, which I think is nonsense. If you got to put bumpers on in your relationship, you don't have a real relationship, because y'all not talking about nothing real.
So did anybody else want to add to this? Because I'm going to go to the next video, which will kind of intertwine with this one, okay? And if you have anything to say about this one, you can still say it, okay? So let me go through that, because we can't be wasting too much time on that when we got the second video, which is almost the same as that. Boom.
No woman on this whole earth, not even a black woman in Muslim countries, can please me and cook for me and socialize and talk to me like my American black woman. No woman, and last is a white woman, can really identify with me and my feelings and the way I act and the way I talk. And you can't take no Chinese man and give him no Puerto Rican woman and holler about we're in love and you emotionally in love and physically, but really they're not happy, because she's gonna hear some Puerto Rican music, he's gonna hear some Chinese music, and they're gonna be clashing all the time. It's just nature. You can do what you want, but it's nature to want to be with your own. I want to be with mine. I love my people. That's all. I don't hate nobody.
Damn, Muhammad Ali. Woo.
Mr. Ali spoke that night with a little bass in his sleep, but I wasn't really bass. But go ahead, Enos.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to Harrison. I don't understand why we feel like a relationship should be a free for all, right? Like these boundaries, guardrails, bumpers, however you want to position the parameters of the relationship, right? When you go to work, you have a job description. When you go play sports, there are rules to the game. Like there are codes of conduct that exist. I think this idea of a free for all in a relationship, of I should be able to just say what I want, do what I want, is part of what got us into the situation where we are. I think if people had better and healthier boundaries, I think we'd start to see, one, more marriages, and two, because we're seeing better relationships. Like, I understand the sentiment of like restricting yourself, but restraint is not always a bad thing. Restraint can also be a show of force. The same way that silence can also be a show of force, right? I think in order to move forward in a way where you have comfortability because you have certain understandings within the community, that there still needs to be those uncomfortable conversations of what flies and what can't, right? When we start to take those things away, we start to see the men who get to be like overly controlling and are grappling for power. We start to see the women that become cantankerous. We start to see these relationships where people go at it and talk about, well, I love him. Like I don't think it's functional to not have systems in place to ensure the longevity of a relationship, right? I think it's really potentially dangerous to be telling people that in a relationship you should just be able to do what you want, right? That's what we're seeing is happening right now, especially on social media, especially in these YouTube streets, and then we stream about the conversation about how that ends, right? So unfortunately, I have to disagree with you on that point. I think that parameters are need to be a requirement.
Okay, so let me address this right quick. Let's go back to the example of a bowling alley, right? A bowling lane, right? Typically speaking, you don't have guardrails unless you put those on, right? It's not designed for you to play the game with those guardrails. And I'm not arguing that you can't have a reasonable discourse, that you can't be respectful, that you can't honor this person and actually learn how to better operate and communicate with this person. That's not what I was arguing. What I was arguing is that you got to take these kids' gloves off, which is what the guardrails are for. They usually put those guardrails up for the kids so they get the little shoot and you can push the bowling ball down the way. We adults now. You need to be able to deal and talk with those real situations that you're not willing to deal with. And me personally, if you're in a relationship with a person where when I mean by speak freely, this is what I mean. I mean that you're willing to have uncomfortable honesty with this person and deal with those things that you never ever want to touch with. If there's a cultural difference, if there's a lifestyle difference, there's a thought process, political, you need to be able to have a very reasonable conversation. Now, granted, everybody ain't got the skills, everybody ain't got the willingness to actually be vulnerable enough to actually be honest about the true things that they feel. And what I was just specifically speaking of is that you keep these kid gloves on. There's a saying that somebody said to me: if you fight for your limitations, you get to keep it. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't be respectful and that we shouldn't be able to have an honest discourse or anything like that. I'm not arguing for a complete disarray and just people just talking crazy at each other. I'm just arguing about actually getting to the root of the situations that people are facing every day. That's all I'm saying.
So I hear what you're saying. My statement still stands on the fact that there's a couple things. So one, all of the things that the Black community has gone through, especially in the U.S., I think it's time more people put on kid gloves and treated people with a little bit more kindness, a little bit more fragility, a little bit more respect, a little bit more restraint in their approach. That doesn't mean that you don't have the difficult conversations. That means you handle somebody with care, because there's that level of responsibility over a human being who is dependent on you, right? We don't have interdependence in the community. People need to be handled with kid gloves, right? The other part of that is that you can't get to the difficult conversations when you have a community that's been fragmented for this long without kid gloves. You have to create that safety first in order to get to that place, because otherwise you have two people that are both easily triggered because neither one has felt safe outside or inside a home, trying to have a conversation that neither one of them knows how to navigate. I think kid gloves are like super important in this case to get to that place where you can have them as adults, right? As quote unquote adults. I'm not trying to infantilize anybody. Everybody's a grown adult, but we can't also dismiss the fact that like there is intergenerational issues that have been passed down time and time again because certain behaviors, certain dynamics have not been modeled. People don't know how to one, treat each other or function anymore inside of a relationship, let alone a marriage. I don't know if there's ever been a time where kid gloves have been more necessary.
But
Yeah, I just don't agree about the kid gloves.
Okay. Mistaken, you're mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I would like Marcus and AP to speak to this comment that Andre made.
And I want to speak to that too.
I wanted to hear a men's perspective, and then I was gonna ask y'all.
Well, it kind of is the birthright. Like I don't. And then he talks about the competition piece. Okay. So first part of it is the biggest problem Black women think is it's their birthright to have a Black man. My opinion is it kind of is their birthright to have a Black man. Second part of that is, and don't have to compete because we are theirs, THEIRS. With that part, I kind of agree too, but the unfortunate piece is for Black women is that in this global, as connected as we are globally now, other women are willing to compete as well, and we're willing to entertain it. And I can't state how that makes a Black woman feel because I'm not a Black woman, so I can't say how that makes them feel. But I think we as Black men need to be more cognizant of, and this is going to sound very simpish, and just try to follow me, of the struggle that Black women have, because at the end of the day, Black women want Black men. Period. We need to be able to say, okay, and I understand some of your trauma. I too have dealt with it myself. So instead of going after choosing a woman who doesn't understand any part of that struggle just because they are submissive or have done their homework and research and they have figured out how to bag the Black man, we need to be able to say no more and understand that there is a real struggle and a real history here in the United States for both Black men and Black men and Black women, and just try to understand each other a little bit more. And I think it goes back to both what Marcus said and what Lachey said about the communication and the unexpected and the uncommunicated expectations.
Okay, Marcus.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let me see. So I kind of approach things from like a pan-Africanist stance, right? So universally, I view like all Black people the same, except for in regards to reparations conversations, or if we drilling down this specifically about how to allocate blame in regards to slavery and those type of things. But like Malcolm X said, his mentor, our solution is global. So it will require a unification of all of those different sex throughout. So that's how I view that. Do I think it's their birthright? I think they got the right of first refusal, absolutely. But with that also come competition. So you gotta compete. Shit, like I can want to pick you on my team, but shit, if you not trying to drop 30 and you just gonna be on the team not hooping, I can't do nothing with that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to come to play. Shit, that's how I view that. So
but the question I have for you, Marcus, just real quick. Sorry, Shan. But the question I have for you, Marcus, with understanding the Black woman struggle, should we be more understanding of that struggle? Yeah. And should we take that into account when we're talking about picking the teammate?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think so. It's not even a but. I think so.
It's Harrison gonna go because I really want to tackle this.
No, they got it. You can go.
So this is the thing. Okay. First of all, I want to say I love me some Black men. Okay. I love me some. I have dated white men and ain't nothing compared to a Black man. I just want to clarify that. Okay. But let me just say this. I do think that women should compete for you. But when a person competes for you, you got to do right by them. Who's winning? Y'all ain't marrying nobody. What's the even if I run a race, it's got to be an end. There has to be an end. Let me just say this. There has to be an end goal. I'm just saying marry somebody. Even if you go to Colombia and bring you back a chick, marry her. You want to go to Asia and get you a chick, marry her. If you want to go down the street to Susie's house and be with Susie, marry her. Okay, I don't care who you with. The problem is you keep picking like, oh, they want us. You feel like I gotta have all the candy. You know what I'm saying? And all you creating is little mixed babies, Black baby, all these kids, and no marriage. You understand?
That's because we're getting the candy though.
But
I mean, you already know how I feel about marriage.
You know what fixes that problem?
Let me listen what I'm saying. It's tacky. It's tacky. You are the leaders in our community. Whether you like it or not, you are. It's tacky.
Well, it's supposed to be.
Tacky.
You know what fixes that?
No,
problem?
Hold on. I can't let y'all get away with that. Don't say
it's
supposed to be.
Is it not tacky?
No. It is. It's tacky when we're not doing what we're supposed to do.
That's what I mean.
When we do what the issue is when we do what we're supposed to do, we're met with so much opposition and vitriol that it's hard to try to get anything done, i.e. like Ice Cube. I mean, like when he tried, he was trying something, right? But it was women who killed what he was trying to do. It was a group of women that did that.
What are you trying to do?
With the contract with the contract with Black America, and he went on the Black Women's Panel. I don't know the name of the show. And they said, hey, what's in there for Black women? His response was, "It's for Black America. Aren't you Black? But there's nothing specifically for us. If it's to help the community as a whole, it helps you. But like I said, when you got a Black man trying to lead and trying to do something positive, but we get that pushback, it makes it very difficult to get anything done."
I will say now that just Black men, period, I will say I personally feel like they are very sensitive, but I also feel like they have a reason to be. Like, and I'm such an advocate for women, but like just watching the Black men, what they go through on a daily basis, and then it's just like a lot of the world's already against them. And then when they come home, not in all cases, but in some cases, as far as the communication that we were talking about earlier, they get beat down by their woman too. So it's just like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm trying to lead. Because, and to be honest, like, I guess what he said earlier, as far as knowing how to lead, all Black men don't know how to lead. They thrown into this just like we are. We just figured out a little bit quicker than them. And so to put that type of pressure on one person to make sure they're the leader, make sure that the good men that they say that they are going to be, it's like they don't have a time to go, they just can't do that.
Well, I think that you're okay. So when we talk about leader, everybody wasn't meant to be a leader. I get that.
I get absolutely.
But you gotta have some class about yourself. You gotta have some standards for your penis. You gotta have some standards for yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can't just go dipping your body in everything and just say open. I mean, they don't care you're homeless. They don't care if you as long as she homeless with a big butt. You feel me? Like you gotta have some standards. Like listen,
how dare you? We have standards.
But I think
anything that comes easy to you, it's not. The reason I said it because I'm seeing this in the chat, like saying like, but they just give it out the box. Anything that's easy to you, it's not. It's sometimes it's just not good for you. You should not let it ruin your. This stuff is ruining Black men's lives. It's ruining lives.
But when you think about it, and you like, if you really did like the work as far as like looking at why they're doing it, they're lonely, they're missing something, they don't love themselves. That's not an excuse, but because they don't talk about their feelings in the sense of like when they with their boys, they're not talking about their feelings like that. Like that whole panels in this last year or so since COVID hit, that's when conversations when men start getting together, start having conversations. But prior to that, they weren't talking about their feelings. They weren't trying to figure out why I'm like this. And their fathers didn't do it. Their fathers didn't do it. They don't know how to communicate their actual feelings. They just watch and figure out what's to do next, but they don't have good leadership to say, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. That's been gone since like the 70s, the 60s and 70s.
Blackout. She blacked out.
So I don't agree with that. I think the pandemic has allowed women to start to see it. But the one thing I know about Black men is that barbershop, they be talking about anything and everything. I don't know if you've ever been to a beauty salon that's attached to a barbershop. They be talking about their feelings in there. It's a group conversation, right? I think what the pandemic has done is this is the first time where it's kind of like drawn the curtains and allowed women to start to see what conversations amongst men look like. But I want to circle back to what AP was saying. AP, I don't think you're wrong, right? With the example that you gave. I think that happens a lot. And at the same time, in our current society, we need to start understanding that the people who are loud are not always the majority. The people who make the most noise are not always the people that represent everybody. And like,
I agree with that.
Sometimes we have to hear the feedback and just keep pushing anyways, right? And I hate that, like, you know what? I was going to use a white example. Let me use a Black example, right? When Jay-Z came out with Tidal, the conversation was, there's all these other platforms that are already bigger. There's already this, there's already that. Do you think he listened to that? Absolutely not. It's still not the biggest platform, but the artists are paid the highest on there. It has the most exclusive content. It was still bought into by not only people in the US, but in other countries as well once they started to open that up. It was more expensive and people were still spending their money there. Like, at some point, we have to get off of this idea of pleasing everybody and do the things that are best for the community. And what's the statement? Build it and they will come. Like, we just need to adopt that mentality, because the moment we start to seek approval for everybody, we stagnate. We stop doing the things that progress the community. But you're right in your example that people are going to do that. You just have to ignore it.
I agree, but we have to have buy-in from other people in the community. So if we don't have any buy-in, then no matter what agenda we're trying to push, it will fall flat. Just like the example I gave, it pretty much fell flat once they decided to chew into it, because we don't have to take the Black man serious, because the Black woman decided that this isn't good enough. And that's actually kind of what happened with that. And it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. We do have to have buy-in.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Is like the people who are vocalizing their disdain are overriding the people who are going to buy in, because the people who are going to buy in are just going to quietly slide you the money. They're going to quietly participate. They're going to do what it is that they're going to support in whatever way that they're asking you to. The people who tend to be the loudest tend to make the most noise, but they don't account for the people, right? Like that, I hear what you're saying, and it can be hard, especially when you're on a public platform. But the reality of it is there's so many more people outside of the extremes. There's so many more people who are willing to support and see Black people win and see Black men win and take control and do things for the community than there are the handful of people who are just really loud and obnoxious.
Inaz, can you read the super chats? Do you mind? Are you okay?
Okay. We needed to. So I wanted to, because this kind of goes into. So we'll read the super chat, but it was what she said would have been a great intro to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. It's only 3, so it's good. Go ahead.
Reese Anderson, $4.99. There's historical significance when it's Black women and they're white men than the reverse. And also, a Black woman usually has a ton of Black men approach her. In my experience, the Black women who choose a white man feel like they don't have options in the Black community. It's just...
They probably have a ton of approach. Maybe it's just not the specific ones they wanted. So there's also a thing. I'll be watching this thing called Wheat Waffle sometimes. He like cross analyzes how like race maxing is a thing where a Black man might be a 5 and a white man might be a 5, but he might get a push because he's different at that 5 than a Black man would at that 5, and vice versa. So that could be.
Reese Anderson, $4.99. So you have historical significance, plus Black men approach her, and she chooses a white man. That's why Black women get destroyed when they swirl and date a white man.
Hold on, wait. The same thing happens on the other side, bro. Like, we can't look at this one-sided. Stop it. It happens on the other side.
And let me just tell you this. When you're married to somebody, you don't care about people coming at you in your... Well, one thing about a woman, she don't care who she with. You can be in jail. She gonna go to bat for her man. She don't care. That's just noise you screaming in her ear. She don't care if the whole race go against her. At the end of the day, she riding for that dude.
I don't think that's what he means by destroyed.
Oh.
And I think like.
So what do you think he means by destroyed?
I think he means deleted. And I could be wrong. So if he's still there, like, please respond in the chat. But that's the way I read that.
We're not gonna read like that on this show. Mm-mm.
I think it's an important conversation.
But do they really?
Well, to be fair, when women get deleted, it's usually their intimate partner. So
right,
regardless of race, that could still stand true. But if he does mean deleted, unfortunately, statistically, the inverse is true, where the men tend to. Y'all heard about that? I think it was last year. The footballer with the white girlfriend who stabbed him a whole lot of times. Yeah,
the Nigerian guy.
Yeah, I thought it was. Thank you for pointing that out. I was like, isn't that the opposite if you're saying delete?
I thought it was a YouTube guy or YouTube girl. The YouTube.
Yeah, she was a YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all want to bet on this? Y'all want to bet on this?
I mean, it's more than one story, but it definitely was a story on YouTube. And she stabbed her boyfriend and ended up murdering him. But she was very belligerent and talked a whole lot of racial slurs.
Yeah, I seen the elevator video. That shit was crazy. He was really getting domestically abused.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
And still kept his hands to himself. So for all those women who think Black men don't have self-control, there you go. He did. 2 more years till Western civilization collapses. That's a great name. $5. Read the fine print. Black women in America only want to date the top 5% of men. 6 feet tall, 6 figures. 95% of Black men are invisible. It's over.
Women in general want to take only the top 5%. So that's a silly statement. Secondly, no, you're not invisible, or no, Black men aren't invisible. Otherwise, we wouldn't have some of the issues in our community that we have with fatherless homes.
Because them broke men They making babies, so they somebody open their legs to them.
Maybe the women are invisible too, because they ain't getting married. Maybe we're invisible to black.
So
they ain't getting married.
I really dislike the space when we go hard on one side and the other side is just as culpable or it needs to be held just as accountable as the other side. This is nuts, man. Like, look, never mind. I end up going in on the super chat. I'm gonna stop.
Go ahead. Don't stop talking now. You never go ahead. I want to hear it.
No, it's just insane because think about it. We have all of these issues in our community. So there's no way that 95% of black men are invisible. Secondly, if you are a decent black man, a decent black woman will be more than happy to accept you. But the problem is you want to bounce from this decent black woman to 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 this decent black woman, which actually, if we're going to keep it a bean, and I know I'm about to get chewed up in the chat for this.
I got your back.
It it devalues you as a man and your word, because our word is the biggest value that we have. And when you make a promise to this black woman and you break that promise, and you make a promise to this black woman and you break that promise, and you make a promise to this next black woman and you break that promise, hey baby, we're gonna be together forever, let me go ahead and slap them cheeks. That happens a lot. And we never hold ourselves accountable for that. And I think that we should. Like this statement is just simply lacks so much context that it drives me. I don't agree with this shit. Sorry.
So
and I'm glad you brought that up because it's gonna go into our video. Ain't that the last super chat? Just make
there's one more. Wait, I want to address the last one before I read this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Just take go back real quick. So I agree with AP, but from a totally different angle. So I just want to preface that AP, we agree. So
now me and you good, it's been months. Me and you always good, no matter if we disagree.
No worries. So there has been studies and statistics that have been released where if you are below a certain threshold in terms of like physicality, most women aren't able to perceive you in their everyday life. So theoretically, he's right that the majority of men, not just black men, but the majority of men become invisible to most women because they're not able to actually register you in their spatial awareness. What I do want to say is like this conversation about the 666. I don't know that we're really seeing this conversation the way that like is productive for our community. We're really seeing it as like to what AP is talking about, women getting fed up and saying like, okay, well, if I'm going to deal with this BS, then these are the requirements to play the game of BS, right? I think that the moment that there's a little bit more value for your seed, then I think, and women aren't being ran through at the rate that they are, I think a lot of women would start to have more realistic standards. That's a whole different show. I understand that, but I just wanted to make that statement. We can go.
I just want to speak to this. Okay.
Really, and if you don't, just real quick, if you don't meet either one as a man, if you don't meet the 666 requirement, come up with something else. You gotta have another trick in your bag, bro. Like I'm just gonna keep it real with you. If you're running into this problem, have another trick in your bag. Be more than the 666. Offer more than the 666. And if you don't, you can't complain about what you get if you're not trying to level up because you're trying to get something. I'm just gonna keep it real with you.
Well, I would say it's only out of the three of those things, there's only one thing that you can do to change it, right? So if you're looking at 666, you can't change your height for the most part. You can't change your appendage size for the most part. And the only thing that you can adjust to is money factor, but statistically, you won't hit that just based on averages, right? So my thing is looking at that, even though we like to beat this issue of most women want 666. I think everybody has their fantasy ideal of the mate they want, right? But the realistic aspect always settles in, and you end up with the person that you end up being with. And based on stats, all of the marriages, majority of all the marriages are marriages to average people, to average other people. So I think we are beating a dead horse to say, oh, all of the women are holding out for the top 5% of men, and it is not true. It just isn't. Statistically, it shows that it's not true, because most marriages, like I said, are to average men. They have average penis, they have average height, you know what I'm saying? And they have average, income, some below average income. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I just keep hearing this narrative that is being pushed, that all black, especially black women, are trying to hold out for the 5% of black men that fits that 666. Because it just isn't true.
And I want to say this too, real fast. I know Kevin Hart is not a good example because he's a millionaire now. But please remember, he was married to somebody before he became a millionaire. He's like 5'4".
Mm-hmm.
Before he became a millionaire, he was married to somebody who loved him.
Yeah, but the only reason why this is getting pushed is because women want men to listen. Men listen, and this is what overwhelmingly what women are saying. You can say it's a YouTube talking point. You can say that it might be anecdotal or this and the third, but if you listen to women, and we listen, that's why men make the moves that they be making.
You missed my point. Yes, women are saying that. Yes, that's their ideal.
You said you don't know why. You literally said you don't know why it keeps getting pushed.
But she's saying
because we're listening to women. That's why.
But she's saying that, yes.
I understand what she's saying. It's not the reality. I understand the point of what she was saying. But what I'm saying is,
the same thing.
Arguing. Yes, they're arguing because this is what the women are saying. That's why it's getting pushed. It's because they're like, yo, you need to listen to what's being said. Okay, we're listening to what's being said. And you're being held accountable to the thing that you're saying. You're saying this is what you want. You want this, you want this, you want this. Now, granted, smart people will realize that, that might not be the reality because of the numbers. Great. Fantastic. We got a lot of smart people in the world. Okay, that don't mean that it's going to stop people being able to push the narrative, because they're literally listening to it over here, over there, over here, over there. And when you ask women on the streets, is this what you're looking for? They will say yes.
Why is so? Go ahead. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry. So 2 quick things, right? One about the listening is like, men are only listening now because the standards are so high that it's unattainable for the majority of men. Because if men were actually listening when women were asking for more partnership, when they were asking for emotional intelligence, when they were asking for personal development on a more attainable scale, they were being dismissed. It took something that was so abrasive and so triggering for men to be like, well, we're listening to what you're saying, right? That's not really listening. You're triggered and now you're responding. That's responding is not listening. So
I highly disagree with you, and the reason why is because more men.
Sorry,
you said what?
I just wanted to finish where I was going with this.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, with that, and I get that, like, this theory is being pushed and being propelled through all of this media and all of this stuff, but same thing with the men. And the men are still marrying the women that are not necessarily their ideal women, or partnering, because marriage rates are still not amazing, right? They're still choosing women that don't necessarily fit their ideal, right? That BBL figure that can't be through surgery, that's naturally, and she got to have like a certain look to her and all of this. Most men aim for that physicality that the majority of women can't attain without all of the surgery and all of that stuff that men don't also want. and yet men are still able to choose women that don't fit into that because they meet other requirements. Women are doing the same, and yet because it's fun for clickbait, we're having this conversation of like, no, this is the only thing that women want.
I highly disagree with you, especially in the standpoint that men don't listen to women. First and foremost, the reason why you got so many more emotional men in the day and age is because they listen to women. Oh, be more in touch with your feminine side, or be more reasonable. Do this, do that. Men always are listening to women because the only reason why men are able to get women is because they listen to women. A lot of men are able to have multiple women because they listen to the needs of women and they conform to those women and get what they want out of those women, and then they leave those women. Men are very good at listening to get the things that they want. They just do. Y'all know this as well as I do. There's a reason why a lot of men are successful with women. It's because they listen to what the concerns are and they learn how to make certain adjustments to get the things that they want out of that relationship.
Harrison, I just want to say, so I didn't fully understand the concept, but I've been doing some self-reflection on it, and I understand a lot more what y'all was talking about. In regards
about
to
what?
The 666 question, and you know what I'm saying, the requirements that they had, and how difficult it actually is to break through that ceiling. I like did a lot of self-reflection on it.
He was saying that he couldn't before he couldn't relate because he probably met those standards, is what you said. You met the 666, so you couldn't understand what the brothers was saying. So now you did some self-reflection.
I'm saying that what they saying is valid. No. I'm saying what they saying has validity, and it's really messed up.
So let me ask you a question. So let's just be so we do know that people don't really, because we know when you step outside. But let's just take this into consideration, okay? When a woman dates a man, she wants marriage, right? Most women want marriage, correct? Mm-hmm. Marriage leads to children. So if you don't have no hustle in you, you're not really smart, you're short, you're not attractive. She's thinking, this is what is going to be passed on to my kids. This is what my kids are going to be. No, they do. You can't tell me what women think. Women think this way because we're thinking about our kids. Okay, you ain't never had a person say, "Oh, y'all."
Do you think that women are thinking that at 20 years old when they're having kids?
Listen, they're looking at looks, which they should. They're putting too much on looks. That's what they're doing.
Exactly, but what you're saying is that they thought of this, and this when they were thinking about having kids.
So when you have kids, I think that they focus more on looks. Okay.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we would have cute kids together. Like when you're young,
so cute.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh, our kids would be so cute. Yes, we do. We do.
They do. And so I think that that's where it comes in because people always think about, women. You have children. You do think about you. There is a pretty privilege that comes with nice looking kids. Y'all know that. Y'all pick nice looking because you think, damn, I hope I don't have no boy. I hope I have no girl. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Or at least your family members may be thinking, damn, I hope they don't have a girl. You know what I mean? Even when it comes to hair texture, unfortunately, this is a real conversation that goes on with women. Maybe men don't feel the pressure like women feel the pressure, but we do.
I think they do feel the pressure because they that's what the manosphere been. They've been saying like, hey, the things that we can't change. Y'all gonna have to get over that. The things we can't change, we're gonna do our best to do better at. And they trying for the most part.
Yeah. So okay, so are we done? Because I want
to go ahead, Inaz, finish.
Okay, go ahead, Inaz.
2 more years till Western civilization collapses. $5. So now, why should average-looking 5'9" Black men work hard and build community just for average Black women to go for the top 5% of men?
So, are you doing it for Black women? Is that what we're doing?
So that I'm glad you said that because what I was about to say is, first of all, you're not going to do that for a woman. You're going to do that for if you're going to do it, you're going to do it for yourself and the community. Second, if you're working hard to build a community, your objective is not to move yourself or I'm sorry. Your job is to move yourself from that bottom, I don't want to say 95%, from the majority of that 95% that you're talking about, to try to attain that top 5%. Lastly, when you say average Black women, if average Black women and average women, I'm not going to just say Black women,
right?
Average women will go for the average man that's working hard and doing the things that's right. It's when we, not you, I'll say we, because I'm actually part of that at one point in my life, abuse that and use manipulation tactics to get what we want out of a woman, because we're not thinking about marriage at 20, 21, 22. If we're thinking about a chick, we're thinking about one thing and one thing only. Let's be honest about that. But my boy, if you're an average looking 5'9" dude and you're working to get in that top 5%, keep working, keep striving, keep doing it, brother. But you don't have to settle for anybody. And don't do it for a damn woman.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you dare do it for a woman. You do it for yourself, and you do it so that you can create some type of generational wealth for whomever you decide to make your wife. Period.
I think I have the issue with the whole, why should an average looking, I'm gonna skip the height in any of that 5'9" black man work hard and build a community. I guess just that mindset to me bothers me, just in general. Like, right. I'm doing it just for the purposes of this, and if I don't get this, then why do it at all? So that, to me, as a woman, I would have more issue with the mindset than the fact that you're average, right? Because you can have an average man, but he doesn't have an average mindset. And that will be attractive for a woman, because you see that he's not moving the way average men move, even if he's not in the top 5%. It's just even the way that he carries himself is different. And so that alone would be attractive.
Go ahead.
Offering something different. Like you're compensating for some of the points that you're missing as the 666 goes. So this doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to build a community because I want a better community. Period. I mean, this is crazy.
After you, I'm gonna go now.
Oh, go ahead.
No, say after you. I'll go.
Okay, thank you. So I don't necessarily disagree with the whole wanting to build it for a woman, right? Because like communities are built from a collection of families, right? Like I think that we've lost, because everything's become so transactional. We've almost lost like the art of like men building the world for the woman that they choose as their wife, right? I think this is very like Renaissance of him, and like I think it's a little bit admirable, and I understand the sentiment. I think that build it and they will come. And I know I said this a little bit earlier, but when people build things, the people who are attracted to those things, the people who value those things, the people who see benefit in those things are going to come. So if you're going to do it for a woman, you're not going to attract the woman that is looking for the top 5%. You're going to attract a woman who's looking for exactly what it is that you're doing, right? So I understand. Now, if you want the woman who wants the top 5% to want you, that's a very different conversation. But when you build community, right? And in every community, there are community organizers. There are people who are doing things for the community that, in my experience at least, and I know it's anecdotal, they don't tend to be very single, because women are attracted to men who want to build, right? It could be wealth, it could be community, it could be family. Women are attracted to men who build. And so if you build it, they will come. And the ones who value it are going to be the ones that come. And you're not going to have the problem that the top 5% do, because you're not going to have to question if she's in it for you or the money. She's in it because you built it and she came.
So I think one of the things, and I actually agree with that, you know, but I think what the main thing is, I think it's working out of a fear of doing this. And just listen to this for a second. Imagine if I told you, go to school, get straight A's, go to college, get straight A's, get your PhD, spend all of this time and energy getting your education, and the likelihood of you getting a job is 5%. I think that's how they're viewing it. So it's like, why compete? Why keep playing? And I get that. Like, everything y'all saying is valid as far as the other things you could do. But that's like the reshaping I kind of did when I was understanding this. Like, what would be the incentive to keep? Because men are incentive based, right? So you can prioritize, or you can make us prioritize things by what we can get. And if our natural biological driver is to get the women, and they're saying that no matter, you know what, if you don't hit all these markers, I can see how that could be discouraging. But I appreciate y'all saying all the other things that could be done to fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Marcus, just a quick question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, listen to that example that you just gave about why I go to school and then I come out and I only have a 5% chance or what have you. But looking at it in a total picture, if it also shows that it increases the likelihood that you would get a job, then I would think that the mindset would be, even though is a low percentage, if I complete this step, it also increases my likelihood of at least getting one of the jobs versus everybody else if I don't do it. So I think men need to have that same mindset, especially when the stats really kind of show that they're more likely to get an average woman. An average woman would want them. Even though we're speaking about the top 5%, like I said, if they do it, even if they don't have the 666, I think AP said at one point, work towards something else that you can be great at. So you might not have a 6'6" appendage. You might be 5'9". You might not, be at the top, or making six figures, but you have the ability to work on your leadership skills. You have the ability to, work on, your confidence. You have the ability to do so many other things that would attract women. And so I think that's the point AP was making, is that you're so focused on the 666 because you hear the rhetoric that's in the street, and then you look like, man, I don't meet any of those, so I might as well not do nothing. Like, it's that mindset. That's
the defeatist mindset.
Right. That's the mindset that's going to keep you from getting a woman, and you're going to blame it on the 666, and it has nothing to do with the 666. I think it's kind of what you've been saying, Marcus, all along. It's about the work that you put in. And if you're not putting in a work, then you can't blame a woman for that aspect of it, because you have all of the control to make the necessary changes you need.
I think that somebody said it best. It's like, you're going for the woman who's looking for those things. Not all women are looking for those things. I think Marcus said maybe some episodes back that if you aim in your category, if you stick where you are, you will hit the target in that area. The problem is, you going for the gold digger. You going for this chick who, when you can just stick where you are, and you can dominate in that.
Right, you don't have the 666, but you're going for the 10. When if you went for the 6, you probably would be able to get.
So look, and this is where, that's why I was shaking my head, because I remember saying all those things, right? And in this self-reflection, what I've seen is, according to that We Waffles thing, they showing how even the girl that would normally pair up with the 6, because of social media, now she feels she has access to the guy that she really would aspire to, and then she's like shitting on the guy that would be her actual 6 counterpart, and that's where all the anger is coming from.
So let me ask you a question, Marcus, and I've asked this question before. Are these people completely single? Meaning these men have never had a woman to ride for them ever in their life. So when they chilling at home, They never had a girl who was that chick. He may have friend zoned her. Oh, she not his type, because I believe that most people not all, but most people have had a woman and they're like, they probably just didn't want her. You know, for whatever reason, everybody has had an option, but they feel like, that's not the one. I'm going to go to the next one. I'm going to go. And everybody wants something. They want more. You understand? That's everybody, not just women. It's men too.
Right. So I think that that's occurring. Men aspirationally want it, but kind of understand that they're gonna, whatever they level, what their main argument is, what we should both level out as, they're unable to level out and get, because even though the woman should be leveling it out to this 6 and 6 going together, what's happening is the 6th woman is still saying, I'm not settling. I'd rather be by myself than not have, you know, the guy that the top 5-10%. And they like seeing that that's the trend right now, even if it's not just aspirational, and they actually are like, that's, so I think that's why Kevin Samuels became so popular. Because the whole thing, like, to me, like when I first saw it, I thought it was kind of funny, in my sick way of just looking at the humor. But then I was like, all right, so I think his main goal is to change the standards of women so they'll date the men that they previously have been looking over. I know it was marketed at High Value Men, but it really was like, hey, y'all are right here as far as your expectations. Let's bring them down here and we could try and pair people off. Right.
That's precisely what he was saying.
Yeah. I think that
but the only process, so I don't want to do the Kevin Samuels thing, because there are issues with that though. You know what I'm saying? And I get it, because he's right, because men look at your looks, they look at different things than women look at, but we're going to respect what men look at. We have to also respect what women look at. You know what I'm saying? You can't say he gets what he wants and she can't get what she wants, like, because then nobody's going to get.
Yes, we can.
No. So
you can. Nobody's winning. And
nobody's winning. That's why our marriage rates are the way that they are. You know what I'm saying? Even the people who have options ain't winning because they ain't getting married. So which is why a lot of women have turned into bust downs, because if you're looking for that top 5%, nobody's looking for that top 5%. I wish y'all. They are all looking for all. Listen, they are not. People who are getting married, if you look at, they're not getting married to no top 5%. They're just not. You're right. They get bust down by the top 5% and everybody in between. That's the problem. Have access to the top 5%. That's why I like the Kevin Samuels. Check this out. That's why I like the Kevin Samuels. Because I haven't talked that much. Listen, you're right. They're getting bust down by the top 10%. But guess what? You can't sit here and say she got a baby by Pookie and Ray Ray, because she must have been busting him down too. She had to have given him access to her body, right? For her to have a baby by him. Okay. That's why I said everything in between too.
But the truth of the matter is, Shan, that they're not even getting bust down by the top 5% because they don't even have access to the top 5%.
Can we go off the calls and we're gonna come back, because I gotta get this other video in.
Okay.
They're taking us like so many different.
All right. So you want me to read the rest and then just not say nothing?
No, because I don't miss the conversation of the rest.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure, if we're going to talk about this topic, because this topic goes into the next video, and then we can come back. Okay.
Gotcha.
It's okay with everybody if you just stick with us. Okay. Because these super chats be taking an hour, and let me just tell y'all, when I go to bed, I'm ready. Go to bed. Okay. Don't say that. All right.
How long have you been together?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Has he proposed to you yet?
No.
No, not yet. It's coming. It's coming.
You guys live together now?
Yes.
A year and a half. Yeah.
So why would he put a ring on it then, if he's already getting everything?
That's a good question. He's getting a wifey. Okay, shit. You got it.
What?
Why would you put a ring on it if we already live together? If I'm already doing wifey shit.
I genuinely love you.
Oh. So when you plan on proposing? You starting something.
Why do I need a ring to show you my love and dedication to you when I do that on a daily basis?
A ring is making it official.
Yeah, there's no such thing as official. If you love each other, it's just like...
A ring is making it official.
Everybody got their own opinion. So it's just like... She's a female, so a female gonna have their own opinion anyway.
You're single until married, in my opinion.
That term don't mean shit to me at all. I'm being all the way authentic with you. I'm being authentic with you. I'm being 100 with you. That term you just said don't mean shit.
Is somebody out here in the chat living like this? He ain't gonna marry you, sis. Go ahead.
I'm on first.
Y'all know my philosophy. Go ahead.
Thanks, AP. Living with your man and saying that you are single until you are married is wild. Like, super wild. So here's the thing, right? I know the talking points. I understand where the men are coming from. I have empathy. The issue is with some of these like street interviewers is that they expose the women that are easily influenced from people outside of the relationship. Mm-hmm. She was very okay with the way things were going until he started that line of questioning. They didn't seem to have any problems with what they were doing. She was already in it for 3 years, living with him for 1.5 years, until somebody that means nothing to her, holds no space in her life, held a camera and a microphone, was like, how you really feel about this? And all of a sudden, she started to feel insecure about the decision she was making, right? I think that it is fortunate for him and unfortunate for her that this situation exposed her mindset, because I think that had he married her, this would have become a problem farther down the line where other people had gotten involved who maybe hold more weight. I understand. Listen, I don't advocate for living together before marriage. I don't advocate for like that. That's not it, right? Like that's not it. But they are already in the situation, so we have to deal with it from where exactly where it's
at. But she did say, he said, if the conversation based on what he was saying, I do plan on marrying her. I would assume that in that relationship, they had the conversation about marriage already. And he is leading her on to say, oh, it's coming. It's coming. And so some women think that it's coming and they stay. So I think the guy just exposed the it's coming part and put him on blast. So I don't think it necessarily, not to say that it didn't have any reflection on her mindset, but I think part of her mindset was believing what he was saying, because when he was like, oh, I love you, she was like, you do? Like, you could see how she leaned into that, but she did question it. So I think it's probably a little bit of both. He put both of them on blast, but I also think he was feeding her that it is going somewhere.
I think that what has happened is this shows that women go in relationships thinking one outcome and men go in the relationship thinking of another outcome. And nobody's talking about what outcome, make sure their outcomes are together. Second, I believe that this was one of those situations where I'm glad he asked this question. When are we going to get married? So she didn't want to bring it up to rock the boat, but since you brought it up,
right,
let's have this conversation. Thank you very much. How you get somebody to bring it up, you're like, oh, that's a good question. I think it was like one of those situations. And let's just look at this. Y'all sit here and talk about Black women don't date certain men. This man, let me just not. Okay. God.
You talking about the man in the video?
God just told me to shut up.
Before you even go on that,
you was about to call
it. Can you pull the video back up and pause it?
What I think is so funny is that men are so afraid of rings when it comes to getting married, but they understand the significance of a NBA championship ring, NFL championship ring. What is it called when you play baseball or the World Series? Ring, right? It solidifies the fact that you've accomplished the best, that you got to the top and you won. You beat everybody else out in this competition and you get a ring to show that. But when it comes to women, would y'all have that same level understanding of what the importance of a ring is from a sports perspective, that you don't understand why a woman would want a ring from the relationship perspective? That solidifies the top as far as you can go when it comes to that relationship. So y'all should understand why we want that.
Let me pause it. He wanted me to pause it real fast. I don't know why, because he did it first, and then we'll go into that. Okay. So let me just pause it.
How long have you been together?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Has he proposed to you yet?
No.
Pause.
It's coming.
Pause.
It's coming.
You guys live together now?
Yes.
Pause.
It won't let me pause.
Oh, damn. Okay.
It just lets me hide.
But what I was trying to highlight was, if you looked at that couple, dude was like 2 feet taller than her, and that shirt, that's that I think that's a is that off-white? That shirt costs like $400. So he probably got some money. To their point of the, because you were saying he don't, you were saying women's standards, he don't fit the probably attractiveness facially.
No. I tweeted. Listen, you wearing a $400 shirt does not mean you have money. There are other things that you look for. And it ain't the $400 shirt, because a lot of men who got money don't wear $400 shirts.
That's true, but I'm just, I was
They
just saying,
drive $400,000 cars.
You said what?
I said they drive $400,000 cars.
Not true. That's what ghetto people do.
So you mean to tell me some of the most prominent people that got all this money, millions of dollars, they driving?
People do not drive $400,000 cars. They just don't. It just depends on the personality. Now you got that dude who you flossy guy, yeah. But what I'm saying to you, a $400 shirt. We know broke people who wear $400 sneakers, $400 shirts, $400 a lot of stuff. That's not unattainable. You know what I'm saying? Even to a person in the projects.
Marcus, I agree with your point on this, actually.
But I get it. You're absolutely right, Marky Mark. But to me, I didn't see that.
So I just wanted to say this, right? To what Shane is saying about like you can't differentiate, is that there are a lot of people who are overexert themselves to give the image that they're better off than they are. So it's not an actual marker of how much success that you have. There are people who will buy the $400,000 car and be sleeping on a futon, right? So like in terms of it being a marker of success, women have had to unfortunately learn, who've experienced men of that kind of caliber, that there are different markers, because there are a lot of people who are able to fake the funk, right? Like the Tinder swindler, he put on a good show, but he did not have the money that he was talking about. That's all she's saying.
No, I agree that
this man, like, she's living with, like, let's look at it for what it is, right? She's living with him. She knows what he has. I'm going to assume that he might got a little bit of something. And he definitely looks like he's over shit. He looks like he's over 6'3". So
y'all, I think
I would argue that he probably has
real fast. I think the 6'3", y'all putting way too much emphasis on the 6'3". Way too much emphasis on that 6'3". I just wanted to say that, but go ahead.
I'm just saying he fits the mold of he appears. We don't know anything about him. He appears to fit the mold of that the 3/6s that a lot of these women are asking for, right? I'm just saying by appearance, we don't know anything about the guy.
One of those 6s, he don't have that energy. I'm just saying.
I'm not judging.
They come across with that energy.
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't feel it.
Enough
all of the girls are laughing because we know what that means.
Hey, look. This is what I do know. Enough money will make that 4 feel like a 6, even if it don't. Like it changes perspective. But what I'm saying is he looks like he fits the mold of the conversation that we just had about those 3/6s. He's also, I think, just my opinion, he's doing exactly what we said that a lot of these guys do. Because if he really wanted wrap her up after 6 years or 3 years. He'd have done it already. He got some arm candy, but he's also busting cheeks, I would assume, all over the place. Oh, what happened?
That's true.
She ain't by him. Nah. I'm not saying she wouldn't have, but I don't think just judging by what I'm seeing, I don't think so. Like I'm thinking.
When I have a man, men don't really know how to dress like that sometimes until you get a hold to him. You be like, let me fix your
okay, I can't
a little bit better, but
yeah. But I would.
But what I'm saying is he's fitting a lot of those stereotypes that we were just literally what we were just talking about from what we see, just from what we see, because we don't know the dude.
Yeah, we don't know where they are. Maybe it's good for that where they live. I don't know.
And she moved in with him. I'm going to assume, like Mistaken was assuming dude is on some shady shit. I'm gonna assume he's.
I just said he didn't have that energy. That's all.
I'm talking about before that.
Oh,
like
if you read the comments, I don't think now one woman thought he had that energy.
Like she could be on that gold digger energy. Like, yo, go ahead. Like, what's taking so long?
Women know.
Women are great at biding their time for that shit too.
If you go to them comments and see the women coming in, women was not read like. But go ahead, Enos.
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I don't know the video.
So here's the thing, right? Because like this is where like that what I was saying about outside influence like really comes into play. We don't actually know their situation. He could have overexerted himself in getting a home. We all know the housing market lately has been like absolutely atrocious. He could be just trying to get himself to a place where financially he can give her the wedding that she actually wants. On top of the fact that he's gotten her a home that like he may be struggling to afford. He may have gotten that $400 shirt when he didn't have a home where he had to pay a mortgage and property tax on. Right? I understand like the need to solidify the requirement of marriage. I understand all that part. I understand why it's important. It's not just a piece of paper. The ring is not just bragging rights. I get that stuff, right? But sometimes, if we're honest, women don't really listen to men all the time when they lay out the game plan. That's or true. They want the man to pivot differently when they feel like it after he's laid out the game plan. That's right? True. They could be par for the course. And he's told her, listen, we need to hit these milestones. This is how we're going to do it. And now that she's got a camera and a microphone in her face and she knows that the internet is going to go wild on her, that she wants to catch an attitude to save face. At the expense of the relationship.
But it hurt.
I like your assessment,
but that's true. I like everything until the end because that's true. Because even if we're trying to build to something, he could have just been like, we gonna do that, baby. We already had this conversation. We know. I mean, there are ways to say it. That's not what he said. He made it seem like, well, why do we need that? He was the exact. He was knocking the idea down.
But hear me out, right?
I think he knocked it down.
So hear me out, right? I'd like. That to me, at least the way I heard it, sounded like a defensive response to the way that she brought new energy. So he was like, oh, okay, let's be honest. Men can be super petty. And if we're super, super honest, men can out petty women any day, right? So if she's going to come with energy where she's like, oh, I'm going to act brand new. Like we didn't have these conversations. I could see a man like him being like, bet, why do we need to get married at all?
Well, so these are all assumptions. We can only go by.
They are, but all I'm saying is that like sometimes we like to put our own spin onto things, and so like I just wanted to bring like the other side of the assumptions to it because it really could go either way.
But let's take it to this. Let's take them out the situation. How many people do we know are living like this? They're in a relationship with somebody, and it's been years and years and years, and it never leads to marriage. Like it just doesn't.
That was an accident. I was trying to click off the other one. I'm sorry.
I think part of the issue is that generally men don't necessarily see marriage as them actually showing their commitment. They think their actions are showing commitment. That's why even before men get married to women, they're more willing to live with you. They're more willing to protect you. They're more willing to pay for you and finance some of the things that you want to do and work with you. So typically speaking, men don't grow up.
Isn't marriage the biggest commitment Like when
No,
you're talking about commitment and men looking at commitment, why would marriage be the biggest because I think that's why men avoid marriage when you really think about it, is because they realize it's such a huge commitment when you get to that final stage of marriage.
but the thing is they're still being committed to that woman. They're still paying for her. They're still living with her. They're still putting their life on the line for her.
Commitment
They're
if
doing all of the things. They just didn't submit the paperwork.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you the real fast, and I'm gonna let you go. I'm sorry, Mark, because I'll be forgetting. I can't do it. But real fast, to me, if you love a person, let me just say, all the men out here, the best thing you can do for a woman is to give her your last name. That's the most honorable thing that you can do for any woman, is to let her rock your last name. Because now that is official. You are mine. You have my last name. And you're saying, oh, I love you, but up until this point. I don't want to give you my last name, but up until this point, I love you. I'm dedicated to you. Just you gotta take my word for it. We ain't gonna sign no contract. Do you go to business like that? Oh, I got you, brother. Just put your money down. I got you. Don't sign no paperwork. It's all good. Do you do business that way?
No, I don't do business this way, and I agree 100%. You should want to provide some level of protection beyond just your word, because that's what the marriage bond is, or the certificate. It's beyond, it's legal protection. I get it. I'm with you 100%. However, men aren't socialized or even think about marriage until they think about, quote unquote, like you're saying, honoring and respecting that woman. They think in general we're taking care of you by what we are doing for you, and that many men act like husbands before they actually decide to marry you, versus on the flip side, women, due to whatever situation or listening to other women, they will rather not act like a wife, so that in the hopes that they can be a wife, because for some odd reason they feel like if they remove stuff and make it exclusive for marriage, then they have a high likelihood of actually being able to secure the marriage. But I do want to go back to the whole notion of the ring. I don't think women want I don't think women should want men to look at have the same mentality of a ring for us, like if they as if women would win it. If when you think about a man winning a ring in the NBA or the Super Bowl, he spent all this work, did all of these things, did all of this sacrificing, he did everything for this ring. What happens after he gets the ring? Does anybody know?
It's you got to restart over and do it over again. It loses its value to you, and it's not as
Exactly.
important once you
You
achieve
just
it.
go get another ring. There's no value. What's value is that you had other people see you get it, and then you don't care about that ring as much. You're only putting it up in front of other people, which is why I said the ring is bragging rights for women. That wedding ring, like if you get married, and depending on the size of this rock that you got on your hand, right? You're like, well, shoot, this is how much he care about me. Or, hey, I got picked. You didn't get picked. It's bragging rights. That's the reason why more women are willing to focus on the wedding more so than on the marriage, because inadvertently, women are also thinking the same thing that men think about rings. Oh, I got the ring. There ain't no work needed, because guess what? I got the ring. I got the symbol that I won. And then you don't, and some women don't do anything else besides get the ring.
So to you, it's just a ring. Okay. But if it's just a ring to you, then we should not have any more arguments about women having kids out of wedlock. We should not have any other arguments about any people not getting married. If it's okay, it's got to be okay. It's got to be okay across the board. Okay. No more complaining about women doing this, having a baby because you don't want the ring. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is I want to stick it right there. Go ahead, Enos. I want to take it somewhere else.
No, I love it. I'm gonna second that on you. after you, sorry. So the other people who talk about how valueless the ring is are side chicks. The other people who don't respect the ring or don't see the value in the ring are side chicks, right? So when we talk about this, the ring, as much as men want to talk about like the size of it and all of that stuff, to be honest, women want to show off anything you give them. To be fair, it could be one flower that you picked from your neighbor's garden. It could be whatever it is. Women love to show off what their man does for them. The ring is no exception. Look what my man got me. Look what he did for me. To be honest, she's showing you off by showing the ring off. It's not just about the ring, because if we're honest, that all these boss babes and stuff like that, they can go buy a ring, right, and wear it and be like, look at my cute little ring. No, my man did this for me. He loved me and cared about me enough to do this, to make it official, right? To tell the whole world I get to walk around, and every time somebody looks at my hand, they see that I am a married woman. That ring is supposed to be a symbol of your commitment. It's not the whole reason that women are fawning over the ring is what that ring is supposed to mean, right? This man wants the whole world to know that I belong to him. I don't even have to come out my mouth. They just have to look at my hand, right? I understand that men and women look at that very differently. I have compassion for that because there are a lot of women who overstep boundaries and put men in positions to overexert themselves to keep up appearances. I have compassion for that. I do. I understand it. I get it. Women need to stop doing that. But let's not devalue what the ring is supposed to be because a group of women want to be like stunning on Instagram.
And two,
they're not just stunting on Instagram. They stunting in real life.
So
that's why I say it's bragging rights.
This is social.
I mean, real fast. But why is it that only black men have a problem with it?
Who said black men had a problem with it?
Y'all are not getting married based on stats.
You want to see what's the most consistent? So KS used to say black women are the most engaged, meaning they got a ring, and black men have a problem with the contract of marriage, so they didn't get married, but they the most proposed to. According to
they turned down the proposals. They're getting proposed to by guys they don't want.
We'll say majority of the time that's not the case. You have a few that will say no. That is not the vast majority. Let's keep it clear. That is not the vast majority. But my thing is that the ring, like
people that get married.
The ring is also a social thing that also provides access as well. So that's the other thing that we're not talking about. Like I remember the difference between going into when I was pregnant with my son, not engaged, you know what I'm saying, having a child, and feeling some kind of way, because in my mind I'm like, damn, I'm another statistic, you know, having a baby out of wedlock, you know what I'm saying, and then even bigger thing is that after I had my son, I was still with, you know, he wasn't my husband yet, but with the father. And because I was at a Catholic hospital, they wouldn't even let him spend the night because we weren't married. So that sucked even more. You know what I'm saying? So it is a level of having access as well. The ring just don't give you bragging rights. It provides you opportunity and access to other things. And so if you're truly about your commitment, like I've told you guys this before, my husband was on at the same talking points that he was saying. If I really love you, I'm going to be committed. I don't need a ring. I don't need a contract to prove my commitment to you. Like he was on that. And as much as I may have understood where he was coming from, my argument to that was, well, even though you're there, then it shouldn't mean anything for you to jump that line, in a sense, to secure me if I need that for me. And
so
even though he did, he jumped that line and he did that for me. And he'll say, even to this day, I didn't want to get married. She did, and people be like, "Oh my goodness, why would you say that?" But I understand I understand where he was coming from with that. I already made up my mind to be committed to you, so nothing changed for him on that end. But he understood that I needed that coming from my experience, the way I grew up or whatever, that was just something that was expectation. I didn't belabor the issue or anything like that. I just set what my standard was, and he ended up meeting that standard.
Can I ask you a question after Marcus goes?
Yes.
So yeah, I think like most men in general share your husband's sentiment, because like Harrison said, it for us it's the commitment that we provide to you, and it in an odd way, the it's understandable that it validates the relationship, right? Because ideally, when you want to make your woman happy, you want her to get the thing that she wants the most out of the relationship, because it's a great relationship, right? So why would you like protest against that? It's kind of how people, perceive it. But for men, they're making that argument like, I'm giving you my all already. I'll do the last thing, but you keep talking about why would a man get married?
Let me can I say this real fast? Do y'all ever think I love the fact that my parents were together and they got married, because it's bragging rights to me. I can see I came from a solid household. You know what I'm saying? So you continue that legacy. I mean, you got to just ask yourself what you want your legacy to look like. Do you want bastards as your legacy? Is that what you want? Because it's your last name. It ain't hers. It's yours. So that's what the trend that you want to do. By all means, keep that going. You feel me?
Can I ask you this? Would y'all be satisfied if the man actually went and got your name changed to his last name with him and had a ring?
I would say I don't even put that much emphasis on the ring. I care about the solidifying the marriage. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the ring is just a symbol.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about hey, I want our family to be solid. When we go to a family reunion, you got husband and wife, you at the top of the chain as an old couple and all your kids, and you just see all the things that you've made, and those people hold up your name and they put you at the hierarchy, and you guys are just doing it together, and your kids have something to look forward to. Kind of like how, I don't know how y'all was raised, but that's how I was raised. We go to family reunions and everything. No, men don't want to be that patriarch in the family anymore. They don't want that name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I don't want that kind of commitment. I'd rather the mom and dad do two different names. You know what I'm saying? So she Monroe, he Wilson. Like, what?
So look at it from this perspective. I just in general, because this might be one of the things that's going on with Black people. In general, we don't particularly want to participate fully in the system, right? Just like, so we're not calling the police. We had a no snitching thing. If you start talking too much proper English, people will say you acting white. All the things that are validated by the larger population, we tend to shun everything. So it's like, it's like we don't need their validation to validate the relationship. Could be why Black men may not want to get married in that traditional sense, but will cohabitate and do every other thing the same way. Just thinking out the box, huh?
Is that working for us? Is that working for us? You would think you would look at people who are doing it right and they're flourishing from it, and you think, you know what? Let me do this shit right, because they're benefiting from it. But we were like, nah, this working for me, and we can just continue to just go boo 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 boo. We're the laughing stock of all races. People like we're the joke of all people. We just are.
I don't think that starts at marriage, though. I think that starts at a way further point back.
Well, my thing is that one of the things that we can definitely control to give us a better footing, a better standing, but we don't even do that. And that's the easiest part of maybe like what she was saying, making a family be more intact. And in providing them benefits from a marriage. But for Team Fatty, he says, I keep talking from a woman perspective. Why would a man get married? Because there are, and I know men in this chat and everywhere always continually talk about that there is no benefit for a man to get married, and all of the research debunks that. It just does. And I guess you're speaking from experience because you haven't had a woman that you've meshed with that you would want to marry. Like if you speak to my husband, he will tell you that I am an asset to him. Vice versa. You pick the right woman, she's going to be an asset to your life and help you level up in various capacities. So that's why there's a benefit. So I mean,
you're only a benefit if you're that type of woman.
Right.
But how would you know if your mindset is never set on I don't want to get married? What kind of women do you think you're going to attract? A marriage-minded woman is not going to be. No, what I'm saying is a marriage-minded woman is not going to be attracted to a man who never wants to get married. So you're going to keep attracting women who are not on that. You understand what I'm saying?
And I
think your own life proves that is a lie. You literally attracted a man that did not want marriage, but he gave up that thought process to be with you.
But I understand. No, but I understand too that he represents a minority. Like I know my husband is special. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't fit the mold that y'all are talking about in regards to that. I lucked up in that regard.
Do you think it's possible he married you because you feel that way?
I know that he married me because he understood like my religious background, stuff like that. That was how you say you have non-negotiables. I never belabored the issue about you got to marry me every time we talking around. We got to get married. We got to get married. That was never the conversation. I had the conversation with him one time. He was telling me how he felt about marriage and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, I get that, but for me, this is something that I need. So either it will be with you or with someone else, but I am going to get married. Never had a conversation with him about that ever again. It was no need because that was my non-negotiable. I'm not going to keep negotiating with you about that. So we never had a conversation, and he ended up proposing. I mean, it was some years later, but he ended up proposing. So, I mean, I don't know, like if you're saying that that's a standard, and I think this is where women do go wrong. We say that we want that, but we stay in a situation way too long with the hopes of it's going to get there, and then it doesn't, and then we get upset that it never does, and then the relationship resolve. Then we are salty about we gave up all of this time and years to be with this, and then he just leaves me. No, you give yourself a standard, you set the standard, you make that standard clear, you give yourself a time, and that also at this stage and age, that needs to be clear as well. And if it doesn't occur, then you have to be willing to walk away.
Okay, Inaz and AP.
So I love what you said, Mistaken. I think for me at least the answer is as simple as because it's the right thing to do. We're asking women to close their knees because it's the right thing to do. We're asking women to leave when that man is not giving you marriage because it's the right thing to do. Why should a man get married? Because it's the right thing to do. The moment we start to negotiate our morality based on someone else's behavior, the moment is the very moment that we start to lose our own integrity. We no longer qualify for the things that we say we want because now the things that we say we want have become negotiable. I think the same way that women need to understand that like being in a marriage is dutiful and you got to do things that you just don't want to do sometimes or don't like to do or don't feel like doing. I think that's the same sentiment men need to approach with marriage. That being said, again, compassion to the women who are abusing the system and taking men for more than necessary, right? I understand that. But if we're not getting the marriage rates up, there's no way that the divorce rate, that the divorce laws are going to change. As marriage declines, there's no point in changing the laws, which just further incentivizes people not to get married. Laws are reactionary. In order to change them, people need to get married and then advocate for these things to change. It's not going to work in the reverse.
AP, and then I got another video, and we're going to go into that, okay? But go ahead, AP.
Just a quick question. If I'm hearing this right, I'm not going to say all, but most women want to get married. Is that correct? So I'm also going to say most men want them yams. So there's the simple solution to the whole thing. Don't give them the yams.
Leverage the
get married.
Single men should be using their hands.
Leverage the yams.
No, I really mean that. Don't.
I agree. It's our fault.
Right. If the goal is to get married for most women, 99% of the men simply want them yams. Like let's be honest, right? So you create the standard and men will adjust. Right now, like even in the video, the guy don't have to marry her. He got live-in cool. Like it's live in. It like why would I marry you? You already here. You probably doing a whole bunch of the other wife stuff. And whenever I come home, shit, you right here, no matter what I'm doing. So I got them yams. You require marriage before yams, and we again will make the adjustment. Until then, why would I marry you? Because I got a whole plate of yams coming at me.
I listen, women so smart.
Like that, and I don't think
the case.
No, mistaken. Women are so freaking smart until it comes to that. For some strange reason, they cannot get that in their head.
I think that is the ideal situation. Like ideal situation to not have sex. But I think back in the day, the culture in general supported that. You know what I'm saying? That mindset of no marriage, no sex. I think you had more virgins back then. You had a whole community that supported that lifestyle, all of that. So it was easier, I would say, in order to, not to say that premarital sex didn't happen, but it was shunned upon. You know what I'm saying? Whereas now that is not the case. You don't have a cultural support for being virgin. Like we've sat in these panels and heard men specifically say, if I don't get them yams before I get married, or if she's not treating me like a husband before I get married, I won't even marry her. I got to test the waters before I even see. You know what I'm saying? And the culture itself supports that mindset.
No, it don't matter what
it does. It does.
It doesn't. If every woman closes legs, who gives a fuck what the culture is saying? Make them go get a prostitute.
But what I'm saying is, yes, it's easier. So when we're talking about culture, right? When we're talking about the culture supporting a certain mindset, no, I agree with what Shan's saying, but I'm talking about being realistic.
That is
what I'm saying.
It's a simple technique.
Based on the stats, it's not realistic. So what listen, Shan, let me finish. Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that when a culture supports that kind of lifestyle, you're going to have certain ramifications behind not following that, right? Whereas here, where we are, that the culture doesn't support, actually is the complete opposite, that the culture supports a certain lifestyle in regards to not waiting until you get married, having multiple partners, all of those kind of things. So what I'm saying is, as a woman, if that was the case, based on what you're saying, I would have never got married. I gave up the yams years before we ever got married. I think boils down to a few things. Yes, saving, holding out might help in some situations, but I think even bigger than that is the kind of woman that you are. If you are setting certain standards and you stand by those standards, and you have a value system in terms of what what that is going to be. I do think a lot of men will honor that. Like we've seen Trill on the show. We've watched actually his show with all of the guys that are on his show that weren't married that are now getting married. Marcus, he's talked about how he's had sex before he married his wife. It was something else that was of value of those women that led to the marriage. It wasn't just the sex. Is my point behind
what I'm saying to you is the most valuable thing you as a woman is your virtue, you being your sex. Okay, you are devaluing it by letting everybody listen. So your body belongs to everybody. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. I said that is not your highest value. That's not. That is one of your values.
Yes, but your body should mean a lot to you. It should be high on the list. Okay, so you out here giving it to everybody who blow.
I ain't say that either, though.
But what I'm saying to you is that's what's happening. They whisper speak nothing. You're not in the dating market, so let's not talk about early 2000s. We're talking about 2023. Okay, where it's easy to get on a dating app and get you some vagina. Where it's easy to go and jump into a DM in Facebook and get some vagina, okay? This is a totally different day and time from when you got married. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying to you is now we got to do things a little different. That the strategy that worked in 2001, whenever you got married, is not the strategy that works in 2023. You up here giving out, but it's not working. Because guess what? Men can just erase you and get vagina from somebody else.
And that's what they do. That's my point.
If people would close their legs, they wouldn't have that option. That's what you're not understanding. That's what you're not getting. Okay.
No, but I understand what you're saying.
So what I'm saying to you is, if you're going to sit here and say, well, the culture is don't get married. We shouldn't even have a conversation about getting married because that's also a culture. So the whole point is we're trying to get better. And guess what? Just like AP said, if you close your legs and stop giving them what they want, why is it that he's getting what he wants, but you can't get what you want? Who's winning in the situation? He done got your vagina and moved on to the next vagina. And guess what? You still single. So how is it working for? What I'm saying is, how is it working? It's not working.
So speak to those women that it is working for and understand what they did.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? Say that again.
So what I'm saying to you is our marriage rates are low and they're dropping by the numbers on all across the board. Mm-hmm. So it's not working. It's getting worse as time progresses on all races. You understand? So I get that it works for some, but it's increasingly dropping. You understand?
Yeah,
yes, it's not foolproof. We're just saying.
I hear what you're saying, but AP. He has a woman now that you mentioned on this show that you're willing that you're moving to the next stage of marriage, and you know she's giving you the yams. Stop it! She's giving them yams. Stop it!
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So we're talking about 2023. Even though the players change, the game is the same. Is what I'm saying. It's about. Yes, it is in terms of you have to be able to offer more than just your vagina. You're using the vagina. No, hold on. You're using the vagina as the primary value of you being a woman. But it is much more to it than that. So what I'm saying is AP's in 2023. He's dated. He's on the road to getting married. We had Humble Dad, who became a widow. He's just got remarried, dating in 2023. I have a son who got married at 21. So, and he's had sex prior to getting married. So what I'm saying is the vagina is not what's going to solidify you getting married. You have to come more.
We know that. We're not saying you. Listen, mistaken. We know that it takes more than vagina to get married, but there are good women who do all of those things. They are in relationships, and guess what? They're not getting married. Why would you marry something if you're already getting it? If you step into a guy's shoes, if I'm already getting all this shit from you, why the fuck would I marry you? Let's ask ourselves that.
Well,
why
that's the point.
I'm already getting, girl, you asking a person to have more. Come on now.
I agree with you. And when I was saying before in our other shows that there has to be a limit to what you're doing for each stage, it has to match the level of where you're at. So if your boyfriend or girlfriend, or y'all just hooking up and you trying to play wife and y'all just hooking up, yes, he ain't gonna marry you. I'm getting everything for free. You at girlfriend, boyfriend stage, but you're still treating him like a husband, expecting that you're going to become his wife. Yes, you've set yourself up for failure. There has to be specific changes in terms of what you do based on a level of the position that you have. So you say, play your position. If I'm a girlfriend, I'm going to play my position as a girlfriend. I'm not going to play the position as a wife when I'm your girlfriend. I'm just not.
But you think that girlfriends should just be because you have plenty of boyfriends. Okay, we know people who go from relationship to relationship. So you're saying that let's just say she's had 10 relationships in a course of 10 years. We just know relationship jumpers like that. That's 10 people that she has been a girlfriend to, because you're saying sex doesn't make that big of a difference. A girlfriend, you should get sex at a girlfriend, right? So all of these boyfriends that you're having, and you can do your part like, oh, I'm coming, this is my boyfriend. And he might be like, yeah, I'm my boyfriend. And while I'm getting the goods, and as soon as I don't get them no more, or I'm not, he's just moving on. That's what's happening.
Right. And you're trying to twist it and saying that I'm saying sleep around with everybody. I'm not saying that.
I didn't say sleep around with everybody. I said your boyfriend.
And that's what I said. If you're trying to play the role of a wife by giving everything, saying I'm giving sex, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm motivating him, I'm supporting him, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, I'm doing all of these things as if I am a wife with hopes of getting that title at some point. What I'm saying, and which I've said on this show before, and I know I'm speaking from my experience, is that there was a clear distinction in what my position was in my husband's life before I became the wife.
Absolutely.
So what I'm trying to say is, for women, what they need to do is draw a clear distinction between what their position is. So if you're not the wife, then stop pretending to be a wife. So when you are moving, and I know I'm giving advice based on advice that I should have taken from my mother that I didn't. We're moving in with men. We're playing wife. We're doing those things. The clear limit is, if I'm a girlfriend, why am I living with you? I shouldn't be living with you as no girlfriend.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? I expect you to be paying my bills. If I'm living in my own home and I was taking care of my bills before I met you, now that I'm the girlfriend, I shouldn't expect that now you're going to come in and play the husband and begin to pay all my bills. Just like you shouldn't expect me to come over your house, clean your house. I don't live with you. That's what a wife does. So what I'm trying to say is, you just can't only put the parameters around a pussy, put the parameters around everything.
But what I'm saying, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, everything. But AP, along with a lot of men, have already said that is a very important thing for them. Sex is important for them. Mm-hmm. Just like marriage is important for you, commitment is important for you, sex is the equivalent for being important for them. Okay? Mm-hmm. Whether we like it or not, that's what they want. What is happening is we're giving them what they want, and you're not getting what you want. Do you understand? So it becomes a cycle. Yes, you lucked out. You know what I'm saying? You did it and it worked for you. But guess what? That's not happening to a lot of people. That's not the result that a lot of people are. And I understand you're saying, oh, it's something about me that was. So you gave him something, whether it be wifely, do this, all these things you're saying he should be getting. You gave him something to be like, oh, I want this to be my wife, right? Mm-hmm. Because you had to have a clear,
Well, that's what I'm saying. For women, they need to find that for what it is that they have to offer that's going to be an asset for them, is what I'm saying. Because every one of us up here, me, you, Inaz, we all have the same thing in regards to having the ability to have sex. And I'm not to say not to honor that, but all three of us, I think, are attractive women. If we were single, I definitely think that we can pull a man to have sex, right? That's not the issue. But if any of us wanted to get married, it has to be something else. So even all of us attractive, we're all coming with the same baseline of being attractive and having a vagina. But it has to be something different from me to you that will attract a man to make us want to marry them. So you have to figure out what that part is going to be.
So we've heard in general, because we're not talking about your life anymore, my life. In general, we've heard men say, I don't want you to be ran through.
Correct.
How do you not be ran through if your legs are closed? Okay.
You can't be.
We've also heard men say that sex is very, very important to them. Okay. So that's your leverage. Okay. You have your body. One, it controls you not having sleeping around with everybody. And we know that that's something that he wants. All I am saying is I get it. There are other things that he's looking for to make you a whole person. But what is happening today is men don't have to commit because they're getting everything without committing. So we have to go back to the drawing board and say, listen, how do we get them committed? Well, you can do that by not giving them everything that they need, they want for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, you ain't getting shit. You're not. Because most of y'all ain't getting your bills paid like that. You going in half. Let's just be honest. Most of y'all ain't, all these things, these perks that y'all saying, we already said only 5% balling like that. Most people are not with that dude. Okay? Let's talk about realistically speaking. You're not getting all of that. So you're giving up all these privileges. And guess what? You still a single mom. You still single. You still sitting here hoping, wishing, praying for one day to walk down that aisle to be that special. And it's just not happening. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So AP, since you're the next one on the line. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Enos. Go ahead.
Sorry,
I am.
Marcus had said he was going after Shan.
Yeah. Damn. I think I might forgot what I was going to say, but damn. This really is. I see the issue too. So, damn. Because I have literally disqualified somebody for, I think I talked about this before, for not wanting to do full sexual acts. That made me look at her away. And it pushed her out of the realm of me wanting to be with her because she held the sentiment I'm gonna hold this until after marriage. And in my mind, I'm like, she not fully committed. So I can see how men could view it from a way where if they don't receive the sex or the things that they asking for beforehand, how would they even know if they're gonna get that after? But y'all both points are really, really valid. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question, Marcus. How many women did do that for you and you didn't marry them? They walk away with nothing but use vagina.
Marky Mark.
My Wi-Fi is cutting out. Can y'all hear me now?
I'm just saying, she walked away with her head up high. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? She gave you absolutely nothing.
And it's interesting.
Through, and guess what? They still ain't get that ring.
Well, the flip side is she gave it up to somebody else because she didn't want the same thing to happen that happened with him.
She done got in her mind, made her all insecure.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna be honest, that's a honest factor too.
Right.
That women go through.
Absolutely. But guess what? If I look back at things, I can live peacefully. No, I ain't get this nigga in my. He ain't deserve it. That's a key indicator. If he walk away from you because you won't have sex with him, that's a red flag in itself. I won't give you my body, so you gonna walk away from me. You wasn't mine. In the discussion, we wasn't meant to be together. Goodbye.
So here's the problem with that, though. I know in theory, you should be able to become a born again virgin and it'd be fine, right?
But I'm talking about people who are virgins. We're talking about
okay. Well, I think that's a whole different conversation, Shan. Well, if she's a virgin already, I do honestly, and that's not to say that if you make the decision to say, you know what, I'm tired of doing what I'm doing, and so now I'm going to make the decision to move differently. I honor that as well. I definitely honor that as well. And you can move in that regard. But when we were having the conversation, I wasn't necessarily assuming that you were talking
about all women.
That's okay. So for me, I was speaking from the perspective of being realistic in terms of what goes on today. And a lot of women are not having sex.
5-finger special to get off. I think that you should not be getting sex if you're not married. Period.
So before we get too far down, I don't know if I heard things a little differently than Miss Dean or Shan. Marcus, did you say virgins or born again virgins?
Born again virgins.
Okay,
I said
so
theoretically.
Conversation. Sorry, that's all. I just wanted to clarify. I heard born again virgins, and then we went on the virgin track.
Well, I think Shan has said maybe she just heard virgin, so I heard her say virgin. So that's why I was like, okay, that to me, I'm not gonna lie, I do think that's a little different.
I think that women should not be just giving out sex to these men because they blowing. Because at this point, we know you're lying. At this point, at this point, the internet has shown us that you're lying. We have too much information at our fingertips to know that you're lying. You know, before we
about what
commitment, where you want to take
this? But this is the thing.
Not you, Marcus. Like, we know you married. We know you married. We're not talking about you.
No, but I'm speaking for the men in general because. If you this is all right. So pre being a virgin or post being a virgin is a very different conversation because the argument that the men have been making is why are they having to do something at the previous? That's the whole argument about having a kid before you meet somebody and then him stepping in as a stepfather is the same argument. No, just follow my timeline. It's the same argument they're making about being a born again virgin. It's the same thing. KS was talking about that entire time when he was saying to require somebody to do more than the next man. Although your standards may have changed, that's going to be a hard sell for that man because he's going to feel devalued. It's devaluing him because at that point,
well, you get another man that values that.
Now listen, and you, how do you know you the man that I had sex with? Like you may be a downgrade.
Wait, I agree. Hold on.
I'm just saying, look at him, look at you.
Right.
If you step down.
If you go back to my previous
you in general,
no,
I'm talking about
that.
that way.
No, I know. Trust me, I know. So look, if you go back to my previous comment, like last week, when I was like,
that was arrogant as hell.
What are my standards?
What'd you talk about, AP?
Oh, I know you weren't talking about me.
Oh, cocky.
No.
I wasn't talking about you.
I didn't have a revelation. Hold on, y'all not gonna steal. I had a revelation this week. Y'all not gonna steal my revelation with the arrogance. Look, the chat can agree. I had a revelation this week, and I've worked on it. Right. So look, all I was saying. God damn, I lost my point. The two things are the same, right? It's devaluing the man. But if you rewind back to the previous conversation where I was talking about what your sexual market value is, I agreed that if I was in a position where in order to get the woman I wanted, I had to take her with something that I wouldn't like, she feels took her down a notch. To your point, Shan, I think all men agree with you on that. So if they could naturally only get a person that's an 8, you're a 10, you have a child, now that you move to an 8, they'll date you at that with the stepchild because that's a better deal than they could have got. That's perfect. The issue is the men are saying this is what they're saying. No, yeah, they saying they're not stepping down. They maintaining the number.
Well, maybe he's a 2.
That's possible. But
maybe a
unlikely.
2. He a 6 and he really a 2. She did step down. It's just he ain't on that level either. But look, check this out. And it's so funny because Fatty asked a question. When did I start being listened? I've always been picky about my vagina. Always. I messed up one time and that was all I needed to do. But I ain't know. Look, one thing about me, and I'm on the internet saying, everybody ain't had a piece of this, okay? It's always been nasty to me all my life.
What's been nasty?
Throwing vagina. Like I've always been picky about sex. Always. I just do not feel like, even before the internet, people should have access to your body like that. So
I think that's a testosterone thing too. Because mistaken that said she has a higher level of testosterone than you. So
right, but it's not even like, no, because I get aroused too. It's just set discipline. It's like what I want for myself. I look at it as my body. These fingers do the job just fine. This one in particular.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that a lot of the women, a lot of the men that a lot of women respect.
Get me to the where I need to be 100%.
Yeah, I think it's real interesting that a lot of the men that the women respect, they were sleeping around with a bunch of women before they became the men that they are today. They have a very different perspective of women because they don't hold women the same way that a guy who hasn't really been with enough women, they don't have the same mentality about women. And I just think it's interesting. You mentioned Trill, you mentioned Marcus, you mentioned AP, you mentioned all of these men that you guys hold and respect in very high regard.
Dad too.
But yeah, and even in Mistaken's own admission, she's literally done everything opposite of what you were supposed to do, but yet still got the rewards of what it was that she was looking for. So I actually agree with this one statement Mistaken said. It's going to require more than pussy for you to actually get the deal or the ring that you're asking for. Because like I said earlier, men are committing with their finances, with their lives, and with other things. They're just not as willing to enter into a union that they don't know anything about. Because
real fast, it's to you, Harrison. But do you not agree that because the vagina is so easily accessible, the value of it is being lowered?
I agree with you. I agree with you on that standpoint. But just like when Enos was talking earlier, she said it was right to do this. It was right to do this. We have absolute freedom to do whatever we want to do. And the only say that something is right is based upon a moral and spiritual standard. Everybody ain't moral. Everybody ain't spiritual. Everybody don't believe in God. So for you to sit here and say that it's right only from your perspective, like it's a short-sighted thing. Not saying that I don't agree that it's right, because I am a moral person. So I agree with you because I'm on the same wavelength as far as, spirituality or religion or faith or some society and morals. But overall, since we have the freedom to choose, this is the reason why we have the things that we have. And then also you got to add, you doing the right thing does not ensure you the results. But also, to Shan's point, if you limit the amount of damage that you're taking from these relationships, whether it's sex or choosing the wrong people, when you actually do get a chance and an opportunity to embark on the journey, you should hopefully have some things that don't weigh you down.
All right, go ahead, Inaz, and then I want to answer this question in the chat. Go ahead.
All right. So here's the thing, right? It's like, Harrison, I understand what you're saying about me saying that it's the right thing to do from my own perspective. The thing is it's not just my own perspective. It's not just the religious values. It's not just morality. There is a whole lot of statistics that support them. When a man marries a woman, everybody's better off. Yes, that comes with the caveat of it's a successful marriage, but the children are better off. He tends to be promoted a lot quicker. Like, there is just so much that happens that is right, regardless of moral values or religious values or spiritual beliefs, that make that decision right. We can attack it from any other way. It still becomes the right thing to do because it is the thing that leads to success. Does that mean it's guaranteed success? No, you are correct in that. But it's still the thing that gives you the path of least resistance towards success. And so the other thing that I wanted to touch on was like the fact that women, I hear this all the time, women quote unquote respect these guys that have access to all of these women. they don't respect the quantity of women that these men are able to take down. What they do respect is that, unfortunately, it does come with that experience, is that they're not easily fazed by vagina once they've had a ton of it. It's no longer as impressive. It's not enough to get you to stray. It's not enough to distract you. It's not enough to get you off your purpose. It's not enough to like have you tempted to cheat. It's just it isn't. It breeds a different type of energy towards women when that man has it in abundance. It's not the experiences that women respect. It's the result of those experiences, if that makes sense.
And
I have a quick question.
Let me answer this question real fast, because this is the point. I'm not saying that vagina holds. I'm talking about if you are in a relationship or you're dating somebody and you know you want commitment, which most women do. What I'm saying is you can't be in a relationship and he's getting what he wants and you not getting what you want. It's not working. It's showing over and over again that it's not working. If he wants that, he should have to go to one of these, OnlyFans, just like everybody else, to get that. He should be coming to you. If you're a good girl and you know you marriage material, why so many people got access to you? Why? Like, you got to value yourself. Why should he value you? You don't even value yourself. That's all I'm saying.
And Shan makes a good point, and so does Inaz, when we're talking about even outside of the religious aspect or moral aspect. But if we just look at the way, I guess, if we look at it from an economic standpoint, right? Like if you have a product and you have so much on the market, it loses its value because you can get it anywhere. But when you limit it, the price of it goes up, so to speak. So I think that's the same concept when it comes to having access to vagina. So for me, it wasn't that I didn't agree with Shan. I was speaking from a perspective of what's really realistically happening. What's realistically happening now is that there is access to a pussy market. So in that regard, women are going to have to come, if they are going to engage in sexual activity, they are going to have to play up their other aspects of what makes them a good catch. You know what I'm saying? But I think to Shan's point too, is doing both. Like, if I'm not giving all of these guys access to me and I'm playing up my best aspects of who I am that makes me look like an asset to this man, then I increase my likelihood of getting the commitment that I want.
Yeah, I just want to touch on one thing. I think there's a difference. Well, I asked this question. Inaz, is there a difference between what's right and what's favorable?
To some people.
Okay. I believe there's a significant difference between right and favorable. When you say statistics, you're talking in regards to what's favorable. You have the chance of, if you do the same thing these people did, you have a more favorable outcome, right? Saying something is right, that means something that you can instantiate versus some standard. So that's the only thing that I will argue you with on, is that the only reason why we have an idea of what's right and what's wrong based upon the moral standards that we have from religion and faith, or some sort of legal standard or something like that, versus bringing up statistics and saying, hey, listen, when people do this, this is the outcome, right? If everybody decided to rob everybody and everybody got money, even though the outcome speaks to the statistics, that doesn't make it right for you to do that.
So I can appreciate that. I think that, to me, the way that I'm looking at this is you got to make a decision to get the outcome. And the decision is either the right decision or the wrong decision. The outcome of the right decision is what makes it favorable, right? If that makes sense. But the decision to get married gives you all of these favorable outcomes. The decision to not get married is what has led us to where we are now. So it's still, there's still the right and wrong, and it's still substantiated by statistics. It's also double enforced with morality, spirituality, and religion.
You know what? So let me just say this real fast. I think women have to do a better job at what's the word when you look at, not like he's a liability, or you know, he has some
cost benefit analysis.
Yes. So for example, there are certain things, you know, maybe his background, maybe he was raised by both parents, how he acts, certain things that made you think like, you know what? I could probably trust him. He moves in a certain, you know, a certain kind of way, tiptoe. He's doing this, and this. But I think that what we do is we don't do that at all. And we think we're special for some strange reason. We forget that he's got 5 other baby mamas, and we're like, well, I'm different. He's not gonna do my child like that because I'm different. And we feel like we can change him. So you give into that because he's sweet talking to you and you end up being number 6. You know, I think that we have an issue with that. We always think we're the one to change him. Oh, he didn't marry them because of the. Well, he didn't marry you either. You know what I'm saying? But you thought you were the one who was going to change his mind. Does that make sense? But if you look at people, there are certain people who are raised certain, and this is not foolproof. It's not like it's 100%. But there are some people raised certain ways. You can tell he has, you know, his parents don't play that, or his, you know, that you can be like, okay, I can take a chance on him. And even if I lose, like the chances of me lose a little less than if I took a chance on him. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And we don't do that.
You're cooking up tonight, girl. I
guess it's like I guess that's where the vetting comes in, like when you guys vet, you know, and everything. But we don't do that at all.
I wanted to respond to Team Fatty. Saying that pretend to answer the question about what does a man get from marriage, but never told us. And I responded to AP in the back because I was just about to say that when I saw your comment.
But we gotta wait. We're gonna do it. But so when he chops these up, he puts them in category by topics. Mm-hmm. Then we're gonna be cutting over into another topic just in case that carries on a conversation.
Oh. Well, they have to watch the whole show.
But you can put a star by it and hold it, and we'll get, you know what I'm saying? We'll pull it up.
Okay, I don't know how to do that though.
It's a star by it, but go ahead, Enoch, and then everybody is done, and we can pull them up.
But no, this wasn't a super. This was just
no. But it's just to say that we need to discuss this topic.
Oh, I don't know how to. You know how to do that?
I don't know. Go ahead, Inaz, if you had something to say about the other one.
No, I just want to say something about this real quick. Excuse me. I think we need to stop asking women this question.
So you guys want to talk about this topic? Well, we're done with the other one.
Are we not?
Did I just do that?
What'd you do?
Oh, y'all don't see.
We're done with the other one. We can go to this topic. Go ahead.
Okay.
I think we need to stop asking women this question. I think it's clear that men and women value things differently. Men and women speak the language very differently. Men and women are also have become more selfish, so they're not really as considerate. And to be fair, when it comes to marriage, you got to decide what value you're getting out of it, and that's the thing that helps you pick the right person, right? Asking women to answer this question repeatedly just goes to fueling the gender wars. That's all it really does, because then it's, well, look at these women. They can't give us a reason why. We should be asking married men, why did you get married? Mm-hmm. You decided to make the decision that a lot of men are choosing not to make. Why did you do it? What are you getting out of it? Asking women just feels redundant at this point, because if we knew, we would be doing the things that would help us get married. No?
Marcus, why did you get married? Why don't you answer that question for Team Fatty?
Oh, can I say something before he answered the question?
Is it on the topic? Like, are we?
Yes, it's on the topic. I think it's very valid for men to ask women this question because men aren't sold on marriage. So if you want them to embark on something that they're not initially sold on, what would be the benefit? If you have to sell him on something that he's not willing to buy,
Their mind is already made up. This isn't a question out of genuine, like, I'm open to it, but I need to hear what would be the benefits. He's not trying to be sold on marriage. It's a point to try to prove a point.
But the thing is, the point is, if you want to be married, you should want to be able to answer this question. What is the benefit to be married to you? What's the benefit?
I am, but what you don't understand is different for different men, and that's why Shan is trying to ask Marcus, what was it for him? Because what he values is going to be
but you're the person that's selling it.
Okay? No. We're not, because we're not telling you to marry just anybody. Okay.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when a person asks, "Hey, what is the benefit to getting married?" From a man's perspective, when he's telling to you, "Hey, I'm a guy, I am a guy. I am a guy asking you, a woman that you want me to be married to. What is it that I benefit from marrying you?" That is a very valid question for brothers to ask.
That's a different question.
It's second, right? Because you're not marrying me. Because my value, I may be valuable to somebody else that's not you. Okay, but what we can tell you is that from a married man, he can tell you as a man what he gets out of being a married man. Because I've never been a man, it ain't never been one down here, so we can't tell you that as a man because we've never been a man. But we got a man here who is married who can tell you as a
man. So the number one thing they point about, they can answer it. They right. Because it's like asking, what type of car do you want? It's a personalized thing. What type of home do you want? It's a personalized thing. Different men value different things. Like, I might be attracted to a 400-pound woman who is very, very light-skinned, right? And that's not for you, right? So she fits that look requirement. Or I might want someone that can cook, clean, and do XYZ. You might not have any need for any of those. It's really very specific to who you are. So you have to know exactly what you want in life, and then impute that into the world as far as, this is what I'm looking for. And at that point, you can find a wife who hits those metrics. Outside of that, like, is it a one universal end-all blanket? It's not going to be one. Because most women come, unless there's a physical condition with sex. Any sexual acts can be taught if you know how to teach, right? I believe men are leaders, so you can pretty much train people how you would like to be treated and dealt with. So that can be fixed. Like, almost everything you can fix. So you have to decide on what your prerequisites are, on what everyone doesn't have that you want specifically, and then you could pick. Outside of that, it's not going to be a question, because somebody might be like, I like women who are a little bit, edgy and who push back. I 100% hate that shit. Like, I like, it turns me off. So that's for somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question, Mark.
Real fast. Universally, men live longer lives when they're married. There are things statistically that are proven, and that's one of the things. Your health is your wealth.
Yep, health benefits.
Yeah, but it's not just
benefits,
because you married that men last longer.
Benefits.
Like, it's not just because you married. It's not.
It's not. This is what we're talking about. It's not a debate. We're just telling you what the stats say. You can take them or you can leave them. You can take them or leave them. It's not a gender war. So you don't want to get married, Harrison? Nobody.
No.
Nobody's going to try to persuade you to get married. We just told you a benefit. He just told you it was individualized. We're not going to do that on this show. You can do that Thursday night, Wednesday night, Monday, Tuesday, whatever. On this one, we just told you a benefit. It is statistically, it's written, it's research, and it is statistic. Now, what you want to do with that information is up to you.
And even Team Fatty, like he said, Marcus, based on what Marcus was saying, he was like, all cars have engines, like, meaning it's some basic stuff that cars have that you would choose. But when we make it general, like when if I tell you, well, what Shan just said, there's health benefits. Men typically live longer. So if I gave you just a general basic makeup of what a man being married benefits, you're going to be like, oh, I could do that by myself. But like Shan was saying, stats show that it increases financially. You benefit economically by being married. You benefit social. Yeah, social and like family, like you gain stability, there's emotional support, there's you end up living longer, all of those things. I think that's the generic benefit. Like if you're talking about all cars come with engines, that's what the stats show. So that's your basic engine of why it benefits men being married. But when you want to get to the specific make and model of the car that you choose, then that becomes more of an individual taste. Like how Marcus said, he don't like a woman that push back. But for my husband, he, now I can say push back like everything has to be argumentative. No, he doesn't like that. But he does like to be able to have a conversation where he gets some pushback because it is a different perspective and he likes that. But the next man may not like that. I also could say that in terms of providing certain things, he said the other day, I had, text on the back chat, was laughing about it before, about how not too long ago, he was like, yo, like, I must admit that you've upgraded my life by being with me. He was like, because I would have been fine being in an apartment and just, doing my thing. But now we're traveling the world and I'm now using, what he said, a sugar scrub. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was making jokes about that. But the point is that what he requires is going to be different than what Marcus requires. You know what I'm saying? And so to that regard, what his needs were in order to step over that threshold to get married, those were the tangibles, the non-tangible that I was able to provide him so he could say yes.
Can I respond to her?
Real fast, AP, and then I want to make a disclaimer about this show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead, AP.
So, I think that Miss Taken touched on a lot of stuff, and this is why it's so specific to each man. Like for me, I need an organizer. If you're not great at organizing, you wouldn't work for me. There's no way that we would be able to have a relationship, like a marriage, because my schedule is hectic. It can be chaotic, and shit, I lose track. I can say that I lose track. But guess what she does?
She
organizes nice, neat, beautiful, wonderful calendar that it's A, B, C, and D, and it keeps me on track. I forget to eat. I get going. I forget to eat, and sometimes I have to be reminded, "Hey, have you eaten?" And I know these are very little things, but if that's not stuff that a female can bring to the table, you couldn't be my wife. And so I really think it's this question, which is why I believe it's a little disingenuous to ask it this way, is doesn't really cut to it right. It, like, I can say, hey, Shan, if you and I got married, what benefit do I get from you? Like that would be the way, like it would be better question, but since I'm gonna vet you anyway, I'm gonna figure the shit out.
Yeah, you would have to know.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I just don't agree with the way this question is phrased, because it's just so specific. I'm gonna get vagina, I'm gonna get that stuff that I want, I'm gonna get the engine.
So
it's like asking what's my favorite meal to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I interpret it.
But the point is this: if you go to a store, a car place, right, and you see all these cars, they have stats and information that tell you what the benefit of those things are. Hey, this one has gas mileage. This one is electric. This one is a hybrid. This one's got this color. This gun's got this things. Like, we're not going to sit up here and say that just because there's these are cars, that somebody isn't capable of telling you what the benefit of this thing is. People buy cars. Hold on. Just pause, madam. You literally tell everybody else to pause and pause.
Because it's my show.
I understand that. But also, when Miss Taken tells you to pause, you pause.
Because we did it together.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll just leave it alone.
What I'm saying is, on this show, we get enough of this on every other night. Okay? This show is a different kind of show. We're different types of people. We have a different type of standard for our lives. Yes, we will discuss it. Absolutely. But what's right is right. All this stuff about, oh, what's the benefit? Well, what is the benefit of not? What has that gotten us? And this is not going to be another show leading us in the wrong direction. That's not why I created the show a year ago with Mistaken. That's not where we came. We came to get a different view, to talk about what is right. So yes, there are people out here, no, they're going to fight against it, all this kind of stuff. We just told you great benefits of being married, general benefits statistically, and you did not accept that. But you're not going to sit here and put this narrative in a different way, on a way that we hear so often on YouTube. Be different. What about doing stuff that's right? It shows it's just right. You can never do, being right can never be wrong. Okay? Our kids aren't benefiting from it. You're not benefiting from it. You may think you are because it's gratification temporarily, but you're not. That's what our community is screwed up because of it. And you cannot deny that. So we can sit here and go, oh, but it's not this show. You can be a guest on Thursday, whatever day you want to do on somebody else's show. But on this show, we're a different type of people. We're trying to do things right.
We're not arguing about doing things wrong. Well, what I'm pointing out specifically is about your arguments, and that why is it an issue when somebody has a legitimate question and that they want an answer to this question and they ask you, but yet you think that it's an issue to answer the question.
Well, let me try and answer it again. Maybe,
did we not answer it?
Maybe they say
it's kind of goes to what I was saying before. If you already have in your mindset that marriage is not a benefit, but you ask a question just to get an answer. So, and I'm not saying you, HD, I'm speaking to Fatty right now. I don't think Fatty asked the question with a genuine mindset to really hear the answers so he can be open to it. I think he asked the question to see what the response was going to be, so then it can be a pushback on why it still doesn't matter. So in your response, I definitely think that I agree with you. If there's somebody asking a question because they're like, for right now, I don't really think there's a benefit. What would be the benefit? Is like they're on the fence. Like, I'll be open to it if I see a benefit to it. And then I think that's a genuine conversation that you can have. But we laid out things. We told you it was health benefit, like the engine. We was talking about the engine aspect, just the basic benefits. That, you make more money. There's an economic benefit. There's a family benefit. There's health benefits. You live longer. We laid all of those out. Those are benefits. Those are things that the stats show and support that are the benefits of being married for a man, right? We laid that out. Then we also went into, well, here are personal benefits. And Marcus said personally for his life. I said personally what my husband looked for. We answered the question. So I'm not saying that the question itself isn't a good question, but if you already have your mind made up about the answer, there's nothing that anybody could say at that point to change your mind.
And let me just say this. I want to apologize, but let it just be this thing. Look, I give up so much of my effort during a week on this show before y'all even hit the panel. So don't tell me to be quiet on my show, because you just show up. But it's so much work that goes through, or why I don't do this to certain people. I try not to be disrespectful to anybody, but you have to. You would never do this to JR, and it's his show, right? So don't try that with me. Because I think that I'm a pretty nice person on camera, off camera. Don't do that.
All right, so let me rephrase that. HD, can you give me an ideal, like, so I can have an idea? Because maybe, let's just say maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're asking, right? What would a beneficial and what would a satisfactory answer be that you would be like, okay, I see?
Well, before I answer your question, I'm gonna address Shan. I meant no disrespect by my statement. It just gets really frustrating to have everybody just to finish out their points and their thoughts and ideas. And then when I'm trying to finish something and I'm not fully cognizant of the true uh owners of the show. I know that I've spoken to Miss Taken, and I've spoken to you about the owners of the show, and you both have alluded to it. So I apologize if I came off as disrespectful and stuff like that. But I did just want to finish my point because I just couldn't seem to finish my point. So I don't want to disrespect you on your show. Never have. That's not the type of person that I am. But I would like to be able to finish my point on your show. But I apologize.
Hold on, can I just say something? That's
Yeah.
an example of communicating without getting too far out of control. Y'all both had a discrepancy. You both apologize, and we can move forward like adults. I appreciate y'all displaying that.
That's called modeling. Go ahead.
Listen, like I'm all about for the advancement of the culture. Where I get hung up is that the arguments that we're making are somewhat short-sighted because we can all look at certain stats and be like, correlation doesn't equal causation, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can do that. We can always quantify why this stat makes sense and why this stat doesn't make sense. We all have enough information and knowledge to know, hey, we can, just because you tell me this thing doesn't mean it makes sense, right? But there's no point. In regards to these relationships, because I've also been married, I'm a divorcee. Okay. So I can speak to the benefits of marriage. Even before I even understood what this space was, as far as red pill, manosphere, all these other different talking points and stuff like that. The only reason why it was interesting to me, because it was the complete opposite of my life. I would hear this person talk about this and this person talk about this. And then I realized something. Maybe there's stuff that's going on beyond my life that, I didn't really factor in or think about. Just like your epiphany in the last few days or the last few weeks of you understanding that though it may not be your experience, there might just be a very bigger picture to this. Because there's one thing that I know in life. If you think you know what's going on, you have no clue. Because we all have a very limited perspective on everything. We only got a very small picture of the whole entire painting. But what was your question again, Marcus? I went on.
So yeah, what would a sufficient answer? So I think so. Like part of the frustration comes when trying to answer the question, right? When giving an answer, but I don't think it's the answer that you guys or people are looking for. So could you provide a specific hypothetical answer that would answer that question sufficiently?
Okay, so I would say something that I think some people will be looking for is first of all, it would have to involve uh something tangible. Like, all right, well, I get a person that's willing to help me with like the house, cooking, cleaning, right? Or, I'll help pay the bills. I don't really want to pay the bills or help pay the bills, but I'm willing to help us with the bills. And I'm also willing to work too. That as you continue to make money and make decisions, you got more money in the pot. Or, hey, I want to have kids. You say you want to have a legacy, sir, right? Okay, well, I want to have your kids. And I want to make sure that this family has a legacy and stuff like that. Like being able to honestly realize, because asking the question is a two-part thing. It shows, one, if you ever thought about it. Two, it also shows, are you willing that even if you haven't thought about it, that you're willing to have a genuine conversation? You know what? I don't know. I can only talk about from things from a very limited perspective, what I think that I bring. But then you can have the dialogue of, okay, you're a guy. What would you want from marriage? Right. And I think that I agree with you that you guys can try to snipe certain people out. They'd be like, oh, this is just content, or they're just doing this to get a rise. I can understand that you can do that. But genuinely, y'all know that people that watch the show, they're not watching the show for drama. Right? They're watching these shows for the perspective of people that seem like they got some sense of life and can kind of like observe and make reasonable distinctions between what's real and what's fake. So I'm hoping that when people have these questions, right, I would hope that we don't automatically dismiss them because for some people, they got very real questions that they're asking you, and they really would like to see your perspective to see, are you just like those other women on the internet? Are you just like those other dudes on the internet? Are you guys really real people that will really actually sit back and be humble enough and be like, all right, this is what I understand. I don't understand this, and this is what I'm willing to offer. I think that's what I would like. When people ask me questions like that, what's the benefit? I'd be like, all right, here's what I'm willing to offer.
So I think that that's more of a question of, hypothetically speaking, if you were my wife, what benefit would there be for me to marry you? But that wasn't the question. The question was, what are the benefits? It was a general question, a general question that you could have answered. You did a great job answering just right there. You know what I'm saying? And some of the answers that you gave were actually also answers of Mistaken and Marcus. It was the same thing. It was just worded a different kind of way. So the question was definitely answered. That's why I think we were just not understanding, like, where are we missing the mark? And just like somebody said in the chat, we don't think you were looking for a benefits. You were looking for a sales pitch.
And Team Fatty, and that was his response. If I actually, you should be able to sell me marriage since that's what you want. But if you go in a car dealership and you already know what you want, a person ain't gonna be able to sell you a different car regardless of what it is they say. Oh, this car have this, it has that, you want that. If you already have your mind set on what it is that you need from a car, then that's the car that you're gonna get. And then other people also was saying, like, well, you can get all of those benefits just cohabitating. So when a question is asked and the answer is given, and again, actually, I'm not saying you, when a question is asked and the answer is given, if you already have your mind made up, it doesn't matter what the answer is. If your mindset is like, yeah, I can cohabitate and still get the same benefits, so why get married? But if you don't read and look at the information that tells you that even you still, yeah, you do get some benefits of cohabitating because you're not by yourself. But even the outcomes of those who are married, the benefits are still higher for those who are married versus cohabitating. And even with the kids, it shows that kids, the outcomes for your children are better when you're married versus being cohabitating. So again, if you're stuck in a mindset of marriage is not for me, that's fine. Just don't get married. But then if somebody else wants to get married, then don't ask the question, what are the benefits? Because you already have made up your mind that's not for you. So don't even bother asking a question, because nobody can give you the answer that you want.
Enough.
Thanks. So I think some people can be convinced to buy something that they initially had made up their mind about, right? The one thing that is really important in sales is that you don't sell on the benefits, you sell on the value, which means that we need to have a conversation. We need to get to know each other. We need to have small talk. I need to have an understanding of who you are in order to understand what it is that you value, so that I can proposition the benefits to sell you that thing, right? So when you're asking generic people, what are the benefits of marriage, and then sell me on it, I can't sell you on the benefits because I don't know what it is that you value. Right? I can rattle things off, but I'm just giving you a list of things that you probably don't care about. And then that turns you away from the sale. Instead of being able to dialogue and get to know each other, that question of what benefit does value, that's an intimate question that two people need to have when they're considering each other, because they've had conversations, they've had enough of understanding of each other to understand the value of each other. So when I said we need to stop asking women this in general, it wasn't to be dismissive of the question. It was to say that if I'm selling myself to the general public, I'm opening myself up to people that don't value the things that I bring to the table, the benefits that I offer, right? Unfortunately, because this is the internet, that puts women in like an uncomfortable line of fire sometimes. Sure, some hills we're willing to die on. Others, like I know for me, this is not one of them, right? Sorry, just one more quick point, right? It wasn't, I loved the idea of like the like going to the car dealership, because the first thing that a car salesman is going to do, come in, talk to you, how's it going? What'd you come in here for today? Majority of people leave with the thing that they did not go in there for, because that person sat down and had a conversation and showed them all of the things based on the conversation that they would genuinely like make their lives easier by going with something else, right? That's why this question is it's not for a public platform. I understand that some people need to hear it, and I appreciate you pulling this part out of the dialogue, because I think people do need to understand why this question doesn't really make a whole lot of, it's not super productive on a public platform, because you're never going to get the answer that you want as an individual. Not you, Harrison. I'm talking to the people who are requiring a specific answer from the women. You're never going to get the answer that you want, because you may not value the things that we offer as benefits.
Okay, so Marcus, we have to go to another video and we're done. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Why lease and get a product that you're going to have to return back to the seller when you can have the option to buy? My kids, when they tell me that there's a ghost in their room, I don't go in there because I believe a ghost is there and tell the ghost to go away. I go in there because I care about the security of them, because I love them. When you have love for the person that you're with, you want to make sure they feel secure and wanted, right? You want them to be in the best possible space, because in return, they're putting you in the best possible space, or they've already been doing that. So in doing so, you get, let's say, a 5'6" woman, whatever your preferential height is, a 5'2", 5, whatever your preferential height, whatever preferential skin tone, body type. You get a vagina that you can nut in regularly and not worry about getting taken advantage of. You get a lower risk of STD and explorative sexual activities that you may not feel comfortable with if you were having one night stands with. And you might say to yourself, well, I could get that if I was cohabitating. That's true. But again, like the young lady said earlier, you're single until you're married. So because that's the fact that some people operate that way, you want to just remove that argument off the table. Again, we're trying to make sure people feel secure. Now, the next thing is, yes, you can order Uber Eats, but it's not made with love. And the love that you get, you ever got head that didn't feel so great? It was just okay. Well, there's a difference between the head you get when she's in love with you and the head you get when she's in love with you and you make her feel secure. Then the other things that women can do for you, such as being compassionate and thinking about you the way you think about them, it increases when she sees that you're willing to put all of this on the line for her. I get it. It's a trust exercise, but the point of trust exercise is to help you grow as a person. So you will grow as a person within that trust exercise as a marriage. Ideally, it will go perfectly. You will live the rest of your life to the point that you will feel completed by the other person's. And if you lose one of if the people you're in love with leave you, right, or you're lost from them, people tend to die afterwards. That's how integral it is to who you are as a person when you have that type of love in your life. Like if an older lady at 90, her husband dies at 90, she might not live that much longer because her purpose for living is now removed. So now we provided the value of having something that you feel entitled to and wholly owning, the value of securing, making the person that you're in love with feel secure, that you love them back. And we've also provided the value of your purpose in life that people tend to explain is the reason they no longer want to live anymore. So I think all those things, if you culminate them together, mixed with whatever other things you want, will provide something that's tangible, along with intangibles that you can't just replace by keeping somebody in limbo, which is what you do when you don't fully commit.
Awesome. Okay, anybody else real fast, because I gotta go. We have one more video. Thank you for hanging in there. We're almost done. Almost at the finish line. Be mistaken. Please don't make it long. You got something to say, I know.
She's on mute.
God. That's God.
I was saying no. I just said he left out inheritance as well. When you're legally married, you also legally get inheritance. You cohabitating, inheriting mess, I guess. You get legal status, you get property asset rights, you get all of those things, healthcare benefit, all of those things that come along with being married. So that's in addition to everything Marcus just said.
I just want to make a real quick point. It will be real fast. Also, don't move in fear, guys. Like there's Fatty put in here in the chat. You lease because if something happens with your car, you are not stuck with it. Don't go into a marriage or think about a marriage with fear. If you have that fear in you're not ready for marriage. You have to go in thinking that this is it. This is the end. This is the long term. And if it isn't, then it isn't. But you can't go in with that fear.
Okay. So we have one.
How many black folk write? No, I'm asking a question because y'all might know this. How many black people write wills? Are y'all fair? Do most black people that you know of write wills? No, I think it's
proportional to those who have assets. So
right.
They don't have assets.
And so that's the team Fatty is trying to say, oh, well, you could do that. You could write a will. You could do X, Y, Z. The fact is that most people don't write wills. And what you see a lot of times that happen in the black community, because stuff is not in order, when the person dies, they're fighting over everything. They're, or what have you. So ideally, if you are married, that takes away the fight. We already know who's going to get everything. It's going to be left to either the husband or the wife, unless something is actually written out. So let's stop. At this point, he's just being cantankerous. That he's not being a G one. But you want to start the super chats or do the?
No. We because we didn't. It's hard to
go. Okay.
We can do that to where I promise you guys your super chats will be read so we can answer them thoroughly. Promise you, okay?
Isaiah, we're in America.
What did he say?
Go ahead. He said
you don't raise your children.
Violence and will is a common thing.
I mean, a 9-year-old boy in Gaza is more of a man than a 25-year-old in America. You prolong adolescence to an absurd degree. You don't prioritize maturity, but at the same time, you sexualize your children very early. I mean, you've got like 3rd graders twerking, and singing explicit song lyrics, and then you put that on social media for everyone to see. You're teaching kindergartners about sex, masturbation, about homosexuality and transgenderism. You think that prepubescent children can decide to have their genitals removed before they even know what they're actually for. You put little girls in beauty contests and try to turn them into, miniature Beyoncés and Cardi B's singing about WAP. 12% of 12-year-olds in the U.S. are already sexually active at 12. And that's from a study 10 years ago. So you can expect that the percentage is even higher now. 6.5% of them had actually already engaged in anal sex by the age of 12. The majority of sex offenders in the West victimize children. And they say about 90% of sexual assaults on children are never even reported. So imagine what the real numbers are. No, you have a pedophilia problem in the West. And no matter how much you wish you could, you can't shift that over to us. We're not going to help you justify your sickness. Islam does not approve of this.
I approve that message.
You too. That was kind of deep. He kind of told us about ourselves real fast.
I don't got nothing to add either. Like that shit.
Why do y'all think we're so stuck on doing the wrong thing though? Like, why?
Look, there's no debate about what he just said. We're all on the same page. So maybe that's where we need to start. Start with protecting the kids. How do we do that?
Get married. So them daddy can protect.
Have a large family so that people can be
I've seen it before. Let me tell you.
Some of the family, you got to be careful because that's where a lot of that.
Right. Yeah. But if they were all.
But I saw.
The solution for that. Yeah.
Real fast, you guys. I saw on YouTube where a guy, they interviewed a pedophile, and he said that he did not go. He went after kids who had single moms. He went after kids who did not have a dad in the household.
Yep. if the parent was struggling, yeah, I seen that. He was identified. He said usually is kids who are poor. He said kids that come from a single parent household. He wouldn't mess with kids whose father was involved.
Yep.
Yeah, he laid it out.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that.
So I can't speak on this guy's what Islam, because I don't know it. So I'm not educated. I'm ignorant to the religion, except for what I hear from Missy Nas, right? But his points, geez, I don't have anything to add except for cut off the body parts of pedophiles, and we can start there and then we can rest out. Like, this guy was on. I'm gonna have to sit on that for a minute, because that was pretty damn solid to me.
One thing that stood out to me was this, and I think I struggle with this too. By providing your kids a safer, more abundant lifestyle, what do you rob them of, right? Because some of the things that made me equipped as an adult or able to deal with all type of different circumstances was actually very, very, I guess somebody else might call them traumatic. I would say life-altering negative experiences that I powered through, which kind of pushes my mind state to always try and reframe things in a way that's palpable so that I can move forward. I think when he was talking about the Gaza Strip, that's a war zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he says we're prolonging their adolescence, I think we're doing that by making everything roses and bubbles. And I struggle with the thing of, it's kind of like simulated adversity that they still can be safe in, and what is the limit where it's too much and what is enough? Because I agree, we're not. I remember when I was 13 with other kids that was my age, and they were like children to me mentally, because of they just hadn't been through nothing yet. Like, I remember thinking like, oh, you got both your parents, and I'm wrong for this, but like, you're soft, you can't survive, you know what I'm saying? But that was my trauma response for everything, right? So even though I have negative traits that was associated with that, I had an abundant amount of positive traits that I could draw from that other kids couldn't. So like that's what I found interesting about that. Outside everything else, I agree with.
I know we're not supposed to be like digging into the chat, but that video or that interview was not supposed to be like propaganda for the rest of the world or the US in specific to become a Muslim state, right? That video was a response to the way that particular Muslim state was being criticized based on Western values. And as much as what he said was right, there's so much pushback when people like him say things like that, even though those are the same values that people are trying to advocate for in the West. People are trying to advocate for the safety of children. People are trying to advocate for more marriages. People are trying to advocate for functional households. People are trying to advocate for, what used to be in the margins of society that has now taken over to be pushed back into the margins, right? And so sometimes when we look past what can seem like propaganda, we can get like the value of things, right? What he's saying is every country has its issues. Every society has its issues. Every community has its issues. Sure, the Muslim countries have issues that are different than they are in the West, but it doesn't make what he's saying any less correct. Children are safer there. Adolescence isn't prolonged. People are getting married younger and staying married, right? And so what's the saying? Chew the meat and spit the bones. I think that's really that video that Shan just played is one of those instances where like you don't have to take everything he's saying, but the things that are relevant, and then we can find ways to implement.
And Nas, can you do me a favor? Can you talk about what is exactly prolonged adolescence? Do you mind diving into that a little bit? So I'm curious.
Yeah, so in Muslim countries, this idea of like a teen doesn't really exist. So you are a child, you are kept as a child, you are treated as a child until you hit puberty. There are conversations that are had beforehand in preparations of what post-puberty looks like, but once you hit puberty, you're essentially treated as an adult. That doesn't necessarily mean you get all of the responsibilities, but you are handled as an adult because now you have the possibility of procreating. It doesn't mean you get married at puberty. It doesn't mean you run a household at puberty, but you take on essentially so much responsibility that like you are a pseudo adult. Whereas in the West, when it comes to like the teen years, you're in this limbo where like you're not really a child, but you're still kind of coddled, and you're not really prepared for like we talk about so often, like, are 18-year-olds really equipped to make decisions that are going to impact the rest of their lives? And you know, parents are put in a position where you have to force your kid to figure out what degree they're going to take if they're going to post-secondary, right? They don't have those issues because they're treated as adults from such a young age that they cultivate this level of like maturity and responsibility. So that's kind of what that prolonged childhood is talking about.
And I actually agree, because even when you look at generations prior to us, like when I look at my mom and the responsibilities and stuff that they had when they were younger, they were way more mature and ready to run a household before, you know, this generation. I'll say even for me, I think it was easier for me to step into that role because I had it modeled in terms of, well, was given responsibility. Like my older sister got to an age where she was responsible for doing our hair. And we got to an age where we all started having to cook dinner for the family, do the laundry for the family. So things like that. So we were trained, but looking at previous generations, looking at the men, how they were raised, like at my dad's age, and mom, and then my grandparents, you know, and even my great grandparent. I knew my great grandfather. Like he got married. His wife, my great grandmother, she was 14 when she got married, you know, and was running a household and everything. So I definitely agree that we prolong childhood in America. But I do think there is a difference too between giving responsibility to become a full grown adult, you know, versus giving responsibility that will lead you to be a full functioning adult. So that's kind of where I balance, because and this is just me, but I guess in that environment at 14, thinking about a 14-year-old now, they're not ready to be somebody's wife or somebody's husband. But I do think that they're at the age that they can be prepared and taught how to be somebody's wife or how to be somebody's husband. And we don't do that at all.
I agree. Anybody else wanted to do to chime in on that? And if not, then we can go to the super chats as promised. Thank you guys for being so patient.
I'll say one thing. I think that, you know, we have very real fears when it comes to dealing with children and how to raise them. Because at any given moment, depending on, you know, they can be kidnapped, they can be, you know, attacked, there's a lot of stuff that's very scary in our environment that makes people very skittish about treating kids a certain type of way, you know, especially with the mindset and the legal issues that come now with, you know, how you deal with kids, so much so that now even teachers are fearful of how to deal with children, because you can't deal with children the way that you could back in the day, right? So I think that it's a very tough thing to try to like broach this whole entire situation, and specifically on kids, because of a lot of the unions that created the kids aren't really well. The families aren't together, everybody's scattered and doing all of their own things and stuff like that. So it becomes increasingly hard to argue about what the man is speaking about because you understand the benefits of what he's saying. But then we say, okay, well, how do we take what he said for the value of what he said, right? And how do we begin to structure plans and solutions based upon the realities that we have every day? And then that's when we start seeing the rubber meets the road, because we feel perfectly justified and feel fine considering a child at 18 is sometimes even a child still, because you haven't experienced anything, you ain't been to college, you ain't done all these other things. So I think that it is like really hard to hear really good stuff that people be saying, and then when you see the very real obstacles in front of you, you'd be like, well, how do we get to that when we don't live in the same mindset or environments to create that?
You know, it's so funny, and I agree with you, Sir, what you're saying, but that's the part. We're so far gone because obviously he lives in a community that they don't sexualize kids. You know, like he said, kids are exposed to, you know, things that they're not exposed to. They're twerking. They're being used as these sex objects, pageants, all these kind of things, and so that puts in the mind, in an already over sexualized community that we have here. Now you're bringing kids into the equation. So you're right. It's like so far gone. Like, how do you get it back? Like, we're so, it's crazy. Like I don't know. It's just, I hate it here.
We're ass backwards with a lot of stuff. Like, like, we'll get upset about seeing a woman breastfeeding, right? Oh my gosh, yeah. But then we'll have videos and access to porn and, you know, all of those things. And then that's okay. Like, we don't flip about, or even like we work in high school. We see girls coming in dressed, you know, just barely dressed, you know what I'm saying? and then we'll get upset about seeing a woman breastfeeding in public. Like, it's just crazy to me about the things
we get upset when people breastfeed in public. I think
it is on there where they were making laws or trying to pass laws that women couldn't breastfeed in public because it's offensive. Like, straight up, like, it's just craziness. The stuff that we need to be fighting about, we don't fight about. The stuff that really protects kids, we don't make sure that we make laws to ensure that they ensure their protection. And it's like we pretend that we care about family values and family, but our actions don't show that. And I don't mean like as a Black people, I'm talking about as a nation, as a country. We just don't. We value youth, but we don't value children.
If only there was like a solution that would put all of these families together and it not be so many like single family homes and men that women. If only there was a solution. I don't know.
So, Marcus, I understand what you're saying. And
he's trying to say,
I know we're not going to say it. We're just going to say it.
But only. It can't. It's more than just 2-parent homes. I'm afraid the censorship of the 90s, right, was very different than the censorship of today. The access that these kids have is like the fight as parents that we're fighting is an uphill fight. And what's crazy to me is you can't tell me it can't be corrected, because as soon as, I don't remember which president it was, as soon as the dude got in the office, bye-bye was the Craigslist ads and the back page stuff. I forget what.
But you know what's great?
But there was a censorship law that prevents you from doing that, and they did that all in the sake of predators against the kids. So you can't tell me that we can't do it. So why are we afraid to do stuff like that?
So
take these bold steps.
Yeah.
So AP, that happened because parents advocated for it, and parents had time to, because there was 2 of them in the household, and they were able to monitor things and say, we don't want this anymore, right? So it does go back to family, right? Because when you have somebody who's always got eyes on the kids and also has the capacity to pay attention to what it is that they're consuming because they got a partner to take them out from time to time, you're able to do those things. But if you don't have that, you have somebody who's at their wit's end, who's past their capacity, who's barely able to like pay attention to what's going on and misses these things, or doesn't have the time to advocate and push for that type of legislation. That's why family is so pivotal to community, because it affords you the opportunity to do all the things to reinforce community.
And let me just say this. I think that, no matter your religion, Americans don't go to church no more. They don't care about really, you used to have a foundation. You go to church, you fear God. You did a lot of things because you had a fear of God. We don't have that no more. People don't go to church. They just don't. Or whatever you believe in. You just don't. That belief is just not. Everybody's like just got a personal relationship with God, and they don't read nothing. It's just inside. So they just do whatever they want to do, just as long as they have a personal relationship, so to speak. And that's fine. But unfortunately, that's the problem, because there's not a institution to teach you the right way of doing things, kind of keep you in place. There's no real fear there. Does that make sense?
Right. It used to be the church, it used to be the school, and it used to be home. All of them were in alignment with what was the foundation, what was right. But now you don't have family. The school system is a joke in terms of teaching, value and more any of those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we don't have, and then the church now has also changed to basically a business. Y'all make sure y'all pay them tithes. You know what I'm saying? So it is just not like the culture itself is eroding in all areas in which you would typically be trained.
And I wanted to say something about what AP was saying. He's absolutely right. In the 90s, television, you in order for you to see something inappropriate, you had to stay up past 10 o'clock, and you had to have HBO, Cinemax, one of them paid channels. Okay. In order for you to hear something inappropriate, you had to stay up late to hear it on the radio. Maybe even BET had BET Uncut. It came on.
Do your eyes like this to see when the lines was wiggling, so you could see a little bit.
Exactly. So it showed you it was wrong because you had to sneak to do it. Nobody has to sneak to do it anymore. It's the norm. And what has happened is we have these people in high positions that don't have those they don't have those morals. And so anything goes. So when you have leaders that don't uphold those morals, and it's going to keep being that way, because guess what? These new leaders, which are the young people who are not raised that way, they're like anything goes. So imagine when our kids our grandkids are growing up, the leaders that are over them who have no morals, they were not raised for censorship, they were raised sexually, all of these things, they are now the leaders. What the hell is that gonna look like? I can only imagine. It's gonna be crazy. It's just like a trickle down.
Well, here's something interesting that I saw some time ago. I'm part of a community drum section in this area, and we had partnered with a dance group for an event. They wanted a drum line to play with them while they did their dance set. And I was sitting here saying to myself, these outfits these girls are wearing are ridiculous. And I was also saying, the people teaching them these dances, right? And the dances that they were doing.
Not kid appropriate.
And I'm like, these kids can't, some of these kids is probably like 5 or 6 years old, doing everything under the sun, splits, twerks, like strutting and stuff like that. And I was just like, as much as, we have very real access to everything sexual, whether you go on Twitter, Instagram, we have access to all the sex, right? But oftentimes you see kids do what the adults do. So if you're doing it as an adult, right, I think we need to have a really strong conversation that even though we have the right to do these things as adults, I would argue for the benefit of our communities and the communities to come, I think we should really consider changing a lot of our habits and thoughts, even as adults. Because, like, if you're dressing as an adult at a club, right, and you're 25 years old and you have an age appropriate outfit for that, at some point, a child is going to see that age appropriate thing, and they're not going to distinguish the context of you're a grown person. You are wearing this outfit because you made this decision and you just want to go out and do all. They don't have that concept. All they see is that, oh, that looks cool. They're wearing it. I want to be like them. And so they do the very same thing that you'd be like, well, why you look like this? Well, I look like this because you look like this. And I think that we should probably have a very strong conversation with ourselves, and we need to significantly adjust adult behavior if we want to change some of our child behavior.
And I would even piggyback with that, AP. And I know y'all don't want to hear this. We've talked about this before. Y'all got to control that music that y'all listen to. Why y'all grown listening to sexy, whatever that girl named, the red girl? Why y'all
Booty Hole Brown or whatever it is?
What grown person?
And then be laughing when the little kids are singing it. We start laughing, videotaping them, putting it on social media. Like, it's so stupid.
Like, I don't understand. Like, what is the obsession with that? Like that, and I understand, like, oh, it's being creative, but look at what it is doing to us. It's that creativity is so important that it's okay with just making us look the way we look, and it's just damaging the community. It's not.
I think we just got old because remember we had that same stuff when we was growing up.
No, we did. My neck, the difference was it was still monitored.
It was monitored.
Yeah.
What you say?
If any of that came on the radio, it was certain times it came on the radio, and then two, if you were in a car with your parents, that it got shut. Well, at least the way I grew up, it got shut down. You would like if you heard a cuss word, it got shut off. We tried to watch music. We used to have a cheer, like we used to battle and be like, that, like that was a cheer back in the day. And we would be battling each other, going hard, right? We got caught doing that and got in trouble because the movement, I mean, it looked like a chicken now that I look at it, but it looked too like sexual because you're doing this, got in trouble. Like, I think parents were parenting then. You know what I'm saying? To Inaz's point. And even then, our parents, they were working, they were working parents, but they laid a foundation of what their expectations are. So even when they weren't home, I ain't gonna say we didn't sneak outside, even though they told us not to. It was little things like that. But to go way off the cuff to be like, oh, let me go, my mom ain't here, let me go suck some dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of stuff that no, I kid you not. That's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with right now. And even back then, if younger girls, because I remember somebody in my middle school was having sex, it was kind of like, oh my God, like it was nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like it was looked at as a bad thing. Giving head, that was a no-no. If a girl did that, she would never be able to live that kind of stuff down. Like, it's just a whole shift. Now girls are like, well, if I do it in the butt and not in the butt, then I'm still a virgin. Like, huh? Like, you're just doing all of this crazy stuff. And and I understand that generations change. Like, you go to our parents, they'll say that our generation was wilding out. But then you look from our generation to the generation now, my parents are like, yo, this generation is off the chain. So I do know it changes from generation to generation, but the difference is the parenting, I think, is the biggest jump from my generation. And that was in a crack era.
So real fast, AP, then Marky Mark.
No, I just wanted to address that. Address this dude's chat, Ace Soul's chat, when he said we had 2 Live Crew, same stuff back then. What he's forgetting, it was all censored.
Yeah,
it was all controlled. So if we listened to it at probably a friend's house or a
So
friend's uncle's house.
Access to it, like jukebox to pay for
it. We weren't listening to that at the house. It was all censored, and sure the hell didn't come on the radio. And when it did come on the radio, you had to have a version that was ridiculously clean in order to get any type of playtime. And then not only that, they would go so far to censor when the time it could actually be played. Mm-hmm. So it's
just not see them when they came to the college campus.
They made it very clear that it was the wrong thing. It was something that is not normal, that you shouldn't. You knew that you were sinning or you were doing something wrong. Go ahead, Mark.
So today they censor it too. Before you get on the app, you have to hit if you over 18. You got to do a capture.
On the radio, Marky.
No, they don't say the full words on the radio. They use a censored version on the radio, right? And back then, just like how we skirted the little rules, and if you can't get a porno from behind the little the little porno magazine, you pay the little wino on the corner. You know exactly what I'm talking about, AP. You figure out a way to get to that information that you wanted when you was a little hot box or a hot girl, right?
Which made it limited access.
It was limited, but it's limited. Like you literally, as a parent, you can do
Marcus, you know.
Can I just finish my statement, guys?
Go ahead.
What? You literally can take your internet and restrict everything you don't want your kids to have access to. You can knock Instagram off. The YouTube has an app for kids. They don't have to use the regular YouTube app, and you can specifically pick everything that you letting them get. It's like they put with access comes a responsibility of understanding what you got to be responsible for. I think we just in an era right now where we have way more access to everything, and we might be dropping the ball. Hold on, we might be dropping the ball as far as how we're restricting access on the individual level, because they truly operate in sex sales, right? So this is a capitalistic system where money is the root of how every business decision is being made. So of course they're gonna push for sex because that's the end result of caring about money this much, right? Whatever to get to that end goal. And with that, you have the tools to protect whatever you want to protect. We as parents just got to protect it.
Marcus,
let's just say this real. My only thing about that is it is saturated. You cannot turn the radio on. Certain radio stations, the popular ones, it's in your ear. It's constantly in your ear. It's mainstream in your ear all the time. And all I'm saying is, we're sitting here talking about marriages. We're sitting here talking about what else we talk about? All the other stuff. Mm-hmm. Why is music? Because guess what? You're right. It's all about the money, right? But who's giving the money? You're listening to it. When you listen to it, it's your buy-in. That means you support it. When you support it, that's you feeding into it. It is damaging us. We know that. It's damaging our kids. Do you understand the biggest complaint in schools today? Headphones. Half your kids ain't doing shit in the classroom because they got a little earbud in their ear that's the color of their skin, and they ain't listening to the shit we saying. Okay? And you will be amazed.
Another point, Marcus, just real quick, just for a second. The other point, Marcus, is you're right, because I restricted all of that until they hit about middle school, because one of their major ways of communication are things like Instagram and whatever the hell else is out now. So you can make your kid a social leper, or you can give them the tools so that they can actually move in the society that they're moving in. So you're right to a point.
But I was okay. I was okay with my kid being a social leper. Like, as a parent, you still parent. I don't care what everybody else's kid is doing. No, I'm gonna be honest. My kids didn't get a phone until they got to high school. I kid you not. Both of my kids, neither one of them got a cell phone till they got to high school. So they were both 14 when they got their phone. Then the other thing, to the point that Marcus was making, yeah, as a parent, you can put all those restrictions. But the other part to that is because they have access to so much, guess what they learn how to do? Google how to get around the restrictions that you put down. Like, that happens in the high school all the time. The school has so many systems put in place. The kids, especially if they're in a tech school and they're taking classes about learning how the internet works, how to write code, all of that. That's like baby play for them to end up like kids break into the system and change grades. We had that happen one year. They go around the system where we think they're working on their work, but they have some way that they were able to get into the system to gain access to other stuff that they were watching, but then the screen flipped back to make it look like they're actually like crazy stuff. So it's not just limiting the access, because if there's workarounds, trust, just like how you said you'll pay the wino to still look, they're just at a higher form of doing that same thing.
It's even worse. I'd even argue that the school system is kind of helping. Did you know, like, well, here in North Carolina, I don't know how it is in Georgia. Y'all can educate me on it. So if your kid 11 and up, you got to be 11, wants to be transgender, but doesn't want to tell the parents, the school is not obligated to tell the parent. From 12 up, if a kid actually gets pregnant, they can go delete the baby without the knowledge of the parent. It's crazy. They have taken so much out of the parents' hands. If the kids want to go around their parents,
that's your leadership. Y'all gotta get them out of there.
It is insane.
That's your leadership. Y'all voted that's y'all's leadership.
Hell no, them New Yorkers moved to Charlotte.
Because that's the same thing. They don't do that in Georgia. No, sir. None of that. If you are male, you go to the male bathroom. If you're a female, you go to the female bathroom. We don't even talk about that in the classroom. We just don't. But real fast, I just want to answer this question right here, because somebody said, this is so important. We do not buy music. What I'm saying to you is, when you turn on a radio station, every person who is listening to a station, they are getting credit for that over the radio waves. Okay. Mm-hmm. You can choose. There are stations for different genres, right? When you are consistently listening to that, that's your vote in. You don't got to pay for it no more. You are paying for it. When you sit there and listen to it, that's your vote. When you go to a concert, that's your vote. When you download it, that's your vote. Even on Apple Music, even though you're paying that monthly fee, when you put it on your phone, that's your vote. They're getting paid. Every time a song is played, artists are getting paid for that. That's a vote in. So you don't have to pay for it the old school way. You are paying for it in other ways that are just not the way we're used to paying back in the 90s. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let's read this super chat. You ready, Inaz? No. All right, Marcus, you got it?
I'll read it. John reports 2-5 for the $2 ball. Look up Lawrence Smith Fields and Chad Wheeler. I don't know if y'all familiar. Early in the conversation, we was talking about deletion.
Mm-hmm.
The relationship. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Reese Anderson, $4.99. No, I meant black women's character get destroyed, namely by black men they call bedwench and are shamed. Okay.
Oh, that's what I knew he was saying. That's what I thought he was saying. Thanks for clarifying.
2 more years to Western civilization collapses with the fan ball. Leveling up is a cult. If that were the case, then all of the 5'4" Indian men who make $500K a year in Silicon Valley would have women lined up.
Well,
that was, you remember the part?
Yeah, but he's mixing up culture though too. Just because they don't buy into the same Western culture mindset that we do. They come with their culture intact, so they ain't doing that for the most part.
All right, Reese Anderson with $4.99. And no, that's not the same dude. When you look at the history, most black slave owners were women, and they were usually given property by their white men. Reese Anderson again, $1.99. There's a reason the term bedwench exists.
Can somebody define that for me real quick?
Go ahead.
It's a professional 304. And just to be clear, that was not gendered. It's now, it was not racialized when that term was a thing. It has now recently become racialized.
So I always thought it was like for slave women. It wasn't?
So the term bedwench came across the ocean, like with the colonizers, right? And then it turned into a slavery thing. But bedwench originated from Europe as working women.
Okay. All right, Reese Anderson with the 499. That's why women are slow. They don't know how genetics work. Height and look sometimes can come from grandparents.
That's oh Lord.
So
you want me to reread it? That's why you women are slow.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
It threw me off because I'm like, wait, that don't make sense.
You can kind of breathe back. So like people breathe back. Like you can have 2 dark skin people.
It doesn't. We're not. I'm not. Go ahead.
It doesn't make Marcus. It says that's why women are slow. They don't know how genetics work. Height and look sometimes can come from grandparents. That's exactly what genetics is.
So he remember the conversation was in regards to if you date a short man or an ugly man, your kids are gonna come out bad. And he's saying, well,
grandparents was not so bright. I'm sure that trickled.
Okay.
Ain't anybody trying to take them chances.
She petty.
I know. Sorry.
All right, Reese Anderson again with 499. Case in point, my 5th great grandmother was a quadroon slave owner, and her mom was a mulatto slave owner. I think he's talking about the color of his skin that came.
But he has the Jamaican flag. Their situation was a little different. It was.
And
I'm not saying it didn't happen. But
it does jump, but who's willing to take that chance?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I may get your he got a nice looking granddaddy. I just hope it come out looking like that granddaddy. Like, no.
My grandma was fine back in her day. I can't even hold you.
My grandmother was cute too.
Go ahead. I wish I had my grandmama dimples.
2 more years to Western civilization collapses with the fan ball. You realize men don't marry. You realize men don't do marriage. Marriage is because the court system and divorce laws are stacked against them. Have you guys not figured that out yet? You realize men don't marry. You realize men don't marry because the court system and divorce laws are stacked against them. Have you guys not figured that out yet?
We could get on a whole nother discussion. I'm gonna leave that alone.
That's not a 3 a.m. conversation.
It's not.
That's why I was trying to read them in real time. Money, Marriage, and Media, $2. Great show. Shout out to my guys on the panel. I ain't caught one of your recaps in a minute. I gotta check it out. Big Bama 44, $4.99. You know, this conversation was deep because Shan is up past her bedtime and about to break that chair, bouncing up and down. I love it. Prayer hands, 100. Hey, Nas, hearts, prayer hands.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Money, Marriage, and Media, $5. Benefit: raising kids with the highest chance of producing productive members of society, which increases the quality of legacy beyond your own life.
So I guess that he was talking about one of the benefits of marriage.
Bob with the 499. I just want to say that if I had a beard and a bald head, your beard appears like it's a snap-on and it's not natural.
They're taking shots, HD.
I think it looks.
The beard look like a snap-on.
Because both of y'all have a bald head and a beard.
Can't hear you. Hey, we can't hear you, Harrison.
You muted.
Mute.
Just keep going. Or you want to?
Hey, I've been muted this whole time. I said, listen, this is what I got to work with. This one for you.
That's right.
Hey, right. That's it. That's all you can do. Nah, it's $10. Wouldn't women sharing the hold on, let me just make sure.
Harrison had already told us he'd been chosen. He was married once, so get your life.
It worked for him. All right, Nas with the $10. Wouldn't women sharing a man be a solution? I mean, men in the West are not arguing against marriage.
Marcus, who did you pay? Did you give him this $10?
Oh, Nas, he a smart man. He just
this was Nas, and she put a fake picture up there and changed her name to
Nas. Let's Nas with the $10. Wouldn't women sharing a man be a solution? I mean, men in the West are not arguing against marriage, but the institution itself, which is why Islam is becoming more appealing to heterosexual men.
Let me ask you a question.
So, how does this work? Supposed to be getting married. That's the thing.
Mistaken. Let's look at this. Let's look at the last question that was the. Imagine getting 2 women to divorce you. Now she took half and the other half.
Okay. So this is, for clarity, this is definitely 100% not me, right? But I will say this, right?
It's just funny that he has the name Nas.
I know. So the thing is like in Islam, barring super extreme circumstances, a woman can't actually divorce you. The man has to grant the divorce. So
in polygamy in other countries?
In Muslim countries, in Muslim countries, the husband has to grant the wife a divorce, and then the laws of the state like already have like predetermined kind of guidelines about what alimony, child support, and custody look like. So there's no fighting in court about that. Again, barring exceptions.
But let me ask you a question. But he's not
after the age of like 7.
So, but he's not saying Muslim. He's just saying he wants America to follow,
No, he said Islam is looking more and more.
I'll read it again.
Okay. I can't see. I missed that.
But see, the thing is, because you've educated us so much about Islam, they're not doing this either. Because you explained to us that women cannot marry a man who's not Muslim. So the thing is, if they're not into the religion, they're just trying to get the extra. But you did say men can marry whoever they want. Just a woman can.
Not whoever. They still have to be women of the book. But what he's saying is that the religion of Islam is becoming more and more appealing to heterosexual men. So that means more men are more interested in converting to Islam because of the rules around marriage, is what he's saying. Does that make more sense?
Get it, but what I'm saying is he's just thinking of it from the perspective of having an extra woman. What I'm saying is the lifestyle that they're supposed to live in regards to that, they're not trying to do that either.
Yeah,
because it's not legal. That's why. If it was legal, I think it would be a very different ball game.
That is a 100% fact. 1,000% fact. Do I need to reread it?
No.
Wouldn't. Okay. The will with the fin wall. Market solution might have worked a generation or 2 ago because it's a great solution. I don't think it'll work today. Our society is quickly circling the drain. So just enjoy the ride. The West is done. However, if we go back to market solution, potentially in 2 to 4 generations, it could work from there. But we would all have to engage unilaterally.
This is going.
But I'll be dead by then, right?
We'll have, but your kids.
My kids are married.
I mean, but they have kids, grandkids. Okay. Oh, I was thinking about like just when I say done, I mean like even the mentality, like many other things. But go ahead.
Nas with the $2. Sharing would solve the side dude / chick issues.
No, because all the women gonna want the same dude, and it's gonna leave these dudes out in the cold.
But it's way more women than there are men.
We all know that if he can have 3, and them girls gonna be like, I'd rather be his number 2, 3 than your number 1.
and that's what shit. They're
already doing it.
That's what they saying now, and that's why.
And they ain't getting no benefits for it. So imagine.
Right, that's beneficial to the women. It's more beneficial to the women.
But again, Marcus, what they're saying is really going to be true because they're already saying that women are trying to go for the top 5% men. Now, if that becomes a standard and everybody's allowed to do it, then they're really going to be trying to go after those men are going to have the top pickings. Y'all going to end up in the same situation.
And they're going to be on lock because they're going to be married to these women.
You can only get 4 wives maximum.
That's a lot. They're going to get all the ones that y'all want.
And they're talking about taking care of one. Do you really think that they're going to be able to take care of two? That's why I say I actually, now that I've learned more, I say thanks to Nas learning it from the religious aspect of Muslim. But like I'll say, even my husband, he's talking, telling me a lot of stuff about that too, just based on his religion or what have you. But the thing about that is that, one, I know from what he was saying that the first wife has to approve, be okay with it for that to even take place on his side. But then the other side of it is that, again, I just don't think it's going to be practiced in the right way. If you're not even practicing what you're supposed to do with one woman and the sex is a big issue, just having two women is the same situation. So we're still creating, right? We're still creating the same environment that we're trying to say that having more than one woman is going to resolve. It's just going to make the problem even worse.
Or
it ain't for everybody, but go ahead.
It ain't for everybody, but all right. The next one. A Soul, $2. Good panel, folks.
Thank you, my brother.
Shaniqua with the $9.99. Great show, although y'all up way past my bedtime. Laugh out loud. And this is my second time waking back up. Laugh out loud.
I've done that on the Thursday show. I'm like, this Negro's still up.
Dub Will, $2. Nah, Marcus, it's a solution.
It doesn't say that.
Nah,
I was like,
Marcus,
you threw me off with that, huh?
It's a wrap. Nah, Marcus, it's a wrap.
All right, that's it.
He was talking about the show. It's a wrap. The show over today.
Oh yeah, it was good. I had fun with you guys. Do you guys have anything you want to say real fast, or are we just gonna let this
go to bed?
Only there was a solution for being overworked and tired that day.
Yeah, we so far gone. We can sit here and talk about it. We just in a bad. It is horrible.
What's horrible?
The state of affairs out here. We didn't even talk about Jeezy and them breaking up, did we?
We did. Yeah. Bro, you was
late.
I just want to give a shout out to HD, staying stoic, throwing out the apology. Mm-hmm. Like that's how you leave, bro. That's what it actually looks like.
And you see the response from the woman. Like that's the other thing.
That was dope. That was dope. He was like, you know what? I want to say, shut up, bitch, but I'm not. Like Shan. You know what? That's not what I'm doing. Then your voice went down.
Listen, this is the real frustration. It's not HD. It's a combination. You know, when I look at years past. First of all, I know I'm emotional. I'm a female. That's just come with the territory. Don't look at a female show. 1, 2. I don't like the fact that when it comes to a female, y'all just be like, okay, I can come in and say, but you won't do that to JR. You won't do that to Anton. You won't do that to who are the other people? I don't even know nobody else.
Trigger Mike.
You don't do that to none of those people. You know what I'm saying?
To be fair, they did it to him last night when he was trying to get them to stop.
No, they actually do that to the men. Like Anton, there was this guy, philosophical. Like he was
shout out to Ella. Shout out to Ella. That's my man.
He was like the first day on the show. He was like, "Yo, you don't want these problems, bro. You ain't about that life." On Anton's show, I was like.
On a side note, when AP was doing his impressions of Harrison, did anyone else get like flashbacks to AP in his robe?
No.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I missed it. What happened?
So when you were doing your Harrison impression, I got flashbacks to you putting on that robe and imitating the dude with the suit.
Why you gotta bring up old stuff?
I'm sorry. It was the moves. It got me.
That was hilarious.
But when did the impressions happen? I missed that.
You just missed. Oh, you didn't just miss me doing the. Don't worry, I can do the Harrison again. Shan. I apologize, Shan, if that's what you heard, baby.
Shut up.
He said, baby.
As a matter of fact, I'm not busy next weekend. What you doing?
Like,
you want to go to that alumni event together, baby?
Shut up. You're so stupid.
Oh, HD, I do have a question since you brought up the fact that you were married once. What would you say that you've learned? Like, well, would you get married again?
It had to be a fantastic deal. It had to be something that would make, because, you know, anybody that gets divorced is a very painful subject for a long time, right?
It is.
And you don't walk away from that unscathed for most people. So, of course, you know, you can have a better relationship the second time around, but it's just like, I'm not a person that isn't whole without a person. However, I do understand the very real benefit. Like, you know, I've met a number of women since my divorce that made me consider a lot of things. And I've told one woman, most notably, I told her straight up, I said, listen, I'm not going to have you doing certain things if I'm not willing to be committed to you. Because, you know, to me, it's not fair to get everything from you if I'm not willing to be committed to you. So I understand the very real risk women take. I also understand men's point of view as well. So I'm all about, you know, making reasonable sense. And if you're saying an argument or you're asking me to do something that don't make sense, I'm gonna look at you crazy. But, you know, overall, I always advocate that if you don't have any kind of agreement, that you guys can't get a baseline foundation that you both agree on, relationship ain't going nowhere. But, you know, I think that if I were to talk about what I would advocate as far as with marriage, I would advocate with the people that first you need to find some level of agreement. If you don't want kids, don't be with a person that don't want kids. Don't try to convince them.
Compatible.
You know, like, but if you're gonna say that you're going to change or make caveats to the things you're originally averse to, you need to understand that you're taking a risk.
Absolutely.
You know,
let me say this real fast.
So you're open. So what you're saying is you're open to marriage, but she would have to be very special. What would that special thing be? Is what I'm getting at.
well, you know, I'm a very practical person at times. You know, I don't care how much money, how much I do myself, but a woman that cook, a woman that clean, like even if you don't do it every day, like just seeing it stokes my fire. A woman that's able to one reason, logical, that likes to listen, that not only respects me in public but also in private. And also, like, I'm a very proponent that if you say that you're a believer and you believe in Christ, right? I need to check your spiritual foundation, because a lot of people are reading the word, but they just saying a bunch of nonsense.
Sure.
So if you're not a person that actually, because what grinds my gears, there'd be a lot of Christians that ain't Christians. Yeah. And they be out here talking about the faith, and they babes trying to tell other people stuff like they speaking like real facts, and I'm just like, you don't even know half the stuff that you're talking about. And it just grinds my gears that when people come up here and think that they better than what they actually are. And I'm just like, yo, bro, you need to humble yourself. Ma'am, just I like a humble woman. I like for her to be able to listen and respond in a reasonable manner, and that somebody that's not going to fight me on everything. Because the thing is, I do think that men should have the large responsibility as far as guiding the relationship to some degree. And you're not always going to do that the best way all the time. You have to learn what's going to work for that situation over time. So,
you know, go ahead, Marcus.
No, did I answer the question you think the second time? I never asked you.
Yeah, I think you did answer the question. I do agree with you guys when you said sometimes we get fixated on our own thoughts of what we envisioned that you would answer, and you don't actually truly hear what's really being said, because oftentimes when you play it back, you realize, well, I guess he kind of did, but you were expecting something when you asked the question. And oftentimes, if you think that it should be a certain response, even though you don't know the response that you're looking for, you still play in your mind that it should be something that you're thinking of, but you don't know what it is. You're just saying that what you said just wasn't it.
I said literally the same thing you said at first, but it to that point, that's why I said it's specifically based off the what that man wants, right? Because only you know what it is that you're looking for. That's why I think that's really the best answer.
And let me just say this, Harrison, I didn't know that you had been married before. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's important to say it's just different for all people on where you are. I think my biggest thing is if you know that you want to have kids, raise those kids as two married individuals, okay? And bring your kids up. If you've already been married and you've been there, done that, you have a choice. You can go through life and now you've already done your part to society. You tried it, it didn't work for you, blah, 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 blah. But if you know that you want kids, or you know that you sleep with a woman and you may be Christ-like, or you believe in the Bible, and you know the Bible says that you're not supposed to fornicate, all those beliefs, you should definitely be married. But most importantly, I think one of the things you touched on is the problem is if you know that you don't want to be married and you are with someone who does want to be married and you're not making your intention, you're not telling this lady so she can make an informed decision. Look, I don't have any plans on marrying you. That's when it becomes a problem. If you don't want to be married, get with somebody else who is on the same program as you, who does not want to be married. So y'all can just be unmarried together. And I think that that's where the screw up comes in. We bring kids in these situations. We get with people who are not on the same as we are. Just like you said, we're not compatible. And that's what messes the whole community up. It really does. So that's it.
I'm a Libra for the chat.
The second, you had a question for me?
No, I was about to ask, AP, you were married before or no? Okay.
I was.
Okay. And what well, we know that you're open to marriage again, but what would you say that you've learned from your first marriage to now that you're doing differently for this next journey?
This is going to sound a little bit of cap, and it's going to sound a little bit of sin. I learned that women can carry more than we men believe that they can carry. I've also learned that women, above all else, appreciate honesty. And if you break the honesty, you break the protection that you're supposed to, as a man, provide to the woman. And so what I've learned is it's not the infidelity in most cases that get you divorced. It was the lie that accompanied the infidelity.
She can't trust you.
And that's what I mean. And that's what I mean when I say that women can hold more than you think. We as men, we have to just be more honest and forthright, A, in our intentions, and B, what we actually are doing, and accept accountability and responsibility for our actions. So my approach this time was very, 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 very different. I've been 100% transparent, not kind of, not sort of. Bam, here it is. These are my expectations. This is what you have to do to show me. Like, I was very, very clear. So, and she's super dope. Aww. And she likes the Nutcracker.
Mm-hmm. All right, you guys, we are about to wrap this thing up. Even Isaiah said he tired.
Hold on, wait. Isaiah just said women. I just want to. Can I touch something real quick? Isaiah says women love lies. No, they actually don't. What they want to believe you, good sir. They want to believe you.
All right. So you guys, thank you for hanging in there with us. We'll see you next time, Friday, maybe 9, maybe 9:30, possibly 10, 10:15. Next week, Friday.
Maybe 45. That's where you
we be trying. Good night, you guys.